Hi guys, it's me, HD, and welcome to the final qualifying day of the 2023 Formula One season. Hope you guys are well, no matter what part of the world you're in, what time zone you're in. Hopefully, you're all having as best a Saturday or early hours of Sunday as possible. And I hope today you'll be joining me for what hopefully, and I think probably will be, an exciting day at the Yas Marina circuit for this Abu Dhabi Grand Prix weekend. And most importantly, as we've seen in 2023, qualifying day most of the time has been more exciting than what we've got on the race day on the Sunday. So maybe that will happen once again for a final time this year. We'll find out later on today. But of course, we have plenty to get into in this final qualifying day stream of the season. Practice 3 coming up in about 13 minutes time, as you can see on your screen. And then once we're done with that, we'll be getting into the final Formula 2 sprint race of the season to find out if Teo Pourchaire will win the F2 championship today, tomorrow, or maybe not even win it at all. We'll find that out later today. And then after the F2 sprint race is done, about an hour after that, we'll be getting into qualifying for the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. And outside of the fight for pole position, I think we are in for a pretty close qualifying session. Pole position, the fight for that should be relatively simple, given what we've seen in most of the last, few races in the second half of this season. But yeah, after that, it should be a very exciting fight through, Q1, Q2, and the back half of Q3. Yeah, plenty to look forward to today. And of course, I will be covering all of it. There is a poll running, guys, at the top of the live chat. Make sure to let me know out of the 4 drivers that I have put in that poll: Max Verstappen, Charles Leclerc, Lando Norris, and Sergio Perez. Out of those 4, who do you think will take pole position for the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix? Let me know in that poll, and I will keep that poll running until the start of Q3. So if you don't want to vote in it yet and you want to wait until the start of Q3, you can, because I'll keep it running all the way until then. Yeah, make sure to let me know eventually who you think will take the all-important pole position. Of course, pole position, very important at this particular Grand Prix. The success rate of pole position is very high here in terms of converting, pole positions into race wins. So it's an important day today. If you, of course, want to win the final race of the season tomorrow. But before we get into this session, let's get into what happened in practice 2 yesterday and just look at the results, and also we'll get into in a moment who the teams, are that we need to really look out for in this session. So Charles Leclerc ended up quickest at a 1:24.8. Remember that lap time to understand how quick the cars are going in practice 3. Lando Norris only half a tenth back in second place. The McLaren looks quick, but not super quick. Red Bull with Max Verstappen in third. Red Bull, though, were a lot quicker than they actually showed. Their laps that they did were on a bit old soft compound tyres. So we know Red Bull have got definitely more in the tank. And then Valtteri Bottas up in fourth place. Very interesting to see if not only Valtteri, but the team, Alfa Romeo, can keep that up today. And then you got Sergio Perez in 5th, George Russell 6th, Mercedes not looking great after yesterday. We'll see if today they can show some improvements. Zhou Guanyu in 7th, Lewis Hamilton in 8th. Hamilton really struggling with the balance yesterday. Pierre Gasly just behind in 9th, and just behind him, Oscar Piastri in the McLaren. And you would imagine Piastri will improve on how far behind he was his teammate in second practice. And then the bottom half of the order, you have Fernando Alonso in 11th, Ricciardo 12th, Stroll 13th, Ocon 14th, Tsunoda 15th, Albon 16th, Magnussen 17th. Magnussen, though, only did his best time on the medium compound tyre. Logan Sargent 18th, Carlos Sainz 19th. He, of course, crashed out towards the first however so minutes of practice 2, and Nico Hulkenberg crashed out just over halfway through. the session. So it'll be interesting to see how those two drivers get on today. But those are the results from second practice. And let me just get the timer back on screen so we know how long we've got to go. And yeah, we've got about, actually, let me redo that because it's a minute wrong. That. There you go, about 9 minutes to go until practice 3. So, yeah, based on what we saw yesterday, I think Red Bull will show really strong pace in this session. And I think Red Bull will show their clear superiority over Ferrari and the rest of the teams. I think they've definitely got, by a decent margin, the best car here. Even in qualifying trim, I think they've got best car. Outside of that, though, what teams are we really looking out for in this session? Well, you know, if Ferrari and McLaren can show a bit more pace than what we saw yesterday, that'd be great, but I'm not really expecting that. Mercedes, I hope, have got a bit more pace in the bag than what we've seen so far, and that what maybe we are expecting. But I don't have great hope of that. Alfa Romeo, very interesting to see whether they keep up their super strong pace from yesterday. And of course, Valtteri Bottas looking very good yesterday, so we'll see what he can do. So yeah, we'll watch out for Alfa Romeo. Alpine, see how they get on. I think they can probably improve a bit and get closer to Alfa Romeo on lap time. And then maybe Aston Martin, you know, there's room for improvement from them. But I think mainly the teams to look out for in this session are going to be Mercedes and Alfa Romeo, because Alfa Romeo, of course, was such a surprise, but Mercedes, I really do hope that there is more in the bag for them, because what we saw yesterday was not surprising, but still very depressing in terms of how far off they were, Ferrari and McLaren. And of course, we know they are going to be, you know, quite a bit slower than Red Bull as well today and just this weekend in general. So, yeah, let's hope there's a bit more from them to be shown in this session. But yeah, we are 7 minutes away from the start of practice 3, and we'll see whether Mercedes and Alfa Romeo, what their pace is like, and we'll also find out what the other teams are looking like going through the final practice session. One thing to remember, obviously, with final practice, is it is held during the day, the latter part of the day. So it is not the most representative session. That is definitely clear to see. But I don't think it's as unrepresentative as other, say, practice sessions you get where, you know, qualifying and the race is held, you know, pretty much at night. So I don't think it's going to be super unrepresentative, this, you know, particular session. Definitely not as unrepresentative as, you know, a practice 3 is in Bahrain, Singapore, you know, places like that where qualifying takes place in complete darkness, and practice 3 takes place clearly in the day, when we know qualifying, it does start out in daylight, and, you know, the temperature does gradually drop, as it will do, of course, during this practice 3 session. But yeah, just saw Lewis Hamilton getting into his Mercedes car, so we'll see what he can do, and hopefully understeer that was in his car in practice 2 is cured. Another thing to say quickly is the tyre compounds this weekend are the exact same as we had in Las Vegas and the exact same as we had in Brazil. It's the 3 softest tyre compounds, the C5, C4, and C3. So between, you know, from the soft to the medium, should be about half a second difference between the two compounds. And then from medium to hard, again, another half a second difference. But in terms of strategy for tomorrow, I am expecting the soft compound tyre not to be used at all, because even though the track temperature won't be super hot, given how high speed this track is, I think those soft tyres would be punished severely through those long, fast corners. So strategically, tomorrow should be an interesting Grand Prix. But yeah, F1 intro now playing, and we'll be underway very soon. Make sure to let me know during practice 3 in the chat what your expectations are for today. Of course, later on when we really start getting into qualifying, I will, show the predictions that I made for qualifying last night in my qualifying preview stream. If you want to go check that out and you haven't seen it yet, link below in the description to that particular stream that I did last night. But yeah, I will show that later on in case you guys didn't see. But yeah, it is, of course, the final race of 2023. Let's hope for a good finish. By the way, hello to Astro Stevo, Ken Gray, Xavier, Vinster, Brabham. Good to see you all. Hopefully you're all doing well. Brabham asking, I don't think Max has had one DNF this season, has he? No, he has not. Just trying to think actually. No, I don't think he has a DNF this season. The last driver I remember that won the championship and didn't have a DNF, I think, was Michael Schumacher in 2002. Maybe 2004 Michael had it as well. Nope, actually Michael did not do it in 2004. It was 2002. And actually, in 2002, Michael Schumacher finished every race and actually finished every race on the podium, which is something that Verstappen, of course, was unable to do this season because Max finished in, I think, 5th in Singapore. So that was a record he unable to equal. Yeah, the winning run that Verstappen has had this season has been terrifying, to say the least. A couple minutes away from getting underway. A large Dutch contingent in the grandstand area. Showing an onboard replay of Carlos Sainz's quite big accident yesterday, where the car bottomed out through turn 3, which is should be the flat out right-hander, and yeah, had quite a big accident. So, if I can find a couple of comments quickly before we get into this stream. Astro Steve saying how many or however many records Max breaks this year, there's one record that will always be beyond him. Hulkenberg's. Yeah, that is true. Now, the final so many seconds before the session starts, and because of that, I'll get rid of that timer, and we'll now get into practice 3, which of course will be an hour-long session, and I will sync up the timer at the 59-minute mark, guys, once we get there. But not expecting cars to be straight out there and, pushing hard straight away, but definitely when we get into the final 20 to 25 minutes, I think we're going to see some quick lap times. Again, the quickest time of the weekend so far, 1:24.8 by Charles Leclerc, who they've just showing on the TV broadcast now. We'll see how much quicker they can go. I would imagine in this session, you're going to see at best a mid 1:24, like a 24.5, probably at best. And then in qualifying, I think we're going to see probably a mid to late 1:23 for pole position. Probably anywhere between a 1:23.5 to a 1:23.9. I think will be the pole position time later on. Red Bull going on the TV broadcast in the minute. They are the most likely team to get that. The session has started. We're about 40 seconds in as out comes Lewis Hamilton, who of course has won this race many times, but his last win here was actually the team's last win here in 2019, where he produced an amazing drive that day. Even though the car was the best that week, and Hamilton another level. And well, that's annoying. I've missed the syncing up point. I tried to click it to go, and for some reason it didn't do it properly. So I'll have to sync it up at the 58-minute mark instead. Let me just test that it does work. Go. Get it back up. Mark Hamilton being passed there by an Aston Martin. And yeah, Lewis Hamilton actually took pole position at the first ever race here at the Yas Marina circuit. And Hamilton has won here. How many times? 5 times, I think he's won here. So, and I think he I think he does have the most wins at this track. Max Verstappen has 3, looking to make it 4, and he probably will make it 4 wins at Abu Dhabi this weekend. As there you go, 58 minutes to go. And let me just reposition the timer in a better place. Replace that. So, yeah, there you go. That should be, just about okay. We're looking now at Lewis Hamilton. We just saw a shot, I think, of Fernando Alonso, who has never won here in Abu Dhabi. Alonso's last podium at this track was in 2012, that famous race where Alonso finished second by a second. Kimi Räikkönen, who took his first win on his comeback. Famous "Leave Me Alone, I Know What I'm Doing" Grand Prix. That's how long ago there was on the podium here, as Hamilton, here he is on his first flying lap on the soft compound tyre. Let's see what he can do. Definitely not as much understeer through the hairpin, but rear end moving quite a bit on the exit, as we've got Hamilton, Stroll, and now Carlos Sainz on the track. Alonso briefly came back into the pits. Hamilton through the chicane looks okay. The Mercedes, I gotta say though, was very slow in the middle sector yesterday. So that is a sector they've got to improve in. They were one of the slowest teams through the mid part of the lap, where it is pretty much just flat out, except for that hairpin and chicane. He now comes into the final few corners. Turn 12, 13, 14. Nice flow to this final sector. Better flow than the old final sector we used to have here. And Hamilton now rounds the final corner, and his first lap time is a 1:26.6, which is what? About 1.5 seconds nearly slower than what he did yesterday. I think yesterday he did a 1:25.3 in practice 2. So shows you how slow it is, as Carlos Sainz is out there on a set of mediums. Thankfully, Carlos's car fixed. Just opening the DRS and powering towards the middle sector time beam. And he is actually quicker than Hamilton so far on this lap, despite being on the medium. There's that final sector, and his teammate, Charles Leclerc, is on track. Probably on a set of mediums as well. Ferrari do tend to do the same program with both drivers at the same time. Sainz through the penultimate corner flat out into the final corner, where you can gain a lot of time by being late on the brakes through there. And Sainz to the line actually goes quicker than Lewis Hamilton by 0.003 of a second. So a good start there for Sainz. And Alonso, Stroll, rather, in the Aston Martins re-entered the pits. So Aston Martin are just doing installation laps at the minute. But yeah, on that tyre, that's a decent first run for Carlos, but definitely not a proper quick run on that compound. A proper quick run on that compound would be probably at least a second quicker. We're still not very close to proper quick pace, as Leclerc now starts his first lap of the day on the medium compound tyre. And can Leclerc later today take his first pole position at this track? The best result he's had here before, I think, was it second last year? I think was his best ever qualifying here at this track. And Ferrari, well, don't have good history around this track at all. They've never won the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix, even though they do have the Ferrari World facility here, which is a bit embarrassing for them, having not had any race-winning success as Leclerc went deep into the first part of the chicane. And I'm just trying to think, have they ever took pole position here? And I don't think they have. Let me just think. No, they never have. And I think the only teams ever to take pole position here in Abu Dhabi have been McLaren, Red Bull, and Mercedes. So chances are Ferrari will fail to take pole and win this weekend, no matter how well they're performing. They're through the final corner, and this should be third, and it is. He only goes just under 0.2 of a second slower than Sainz. Pretty good lap compared to Sainz, given that Leclerc made an error. Perez is now on a flying lap on the soft compound tyre. Got quite a few more cars out there now. Perez opens DRS down the first DRS zone. Now into the chicane of turn 6 and 7. Good run through there. Purple first sector of Sergio Perez. The best lap time he did yesterday was 1:25.1, I think it was, and this is a very, very good first run. Already nearly a second quicker than Sainz after the first two sectors, and that will probably that gap will grow after this final sector is complete. As he's coming through the final sector, and Perez through the penultimate corner flat out and into the final corner. Red Bull looking very good through there and comes to the line and does a 1:25.4, so pretty much equaling the time he did yesterday. So Perez quickest. Nico Hulkenberg, I think, has just got up to 5th place. Yes, he has. As now we're looking at an Alpine Pierre Gasly on a first flying run of the day. Gasly looked good yesterday. Comfortably ahead of teammate Ocon, who's also out there on a flying lap. So is the Alfa Romeo of Zhou Guanyu. Gasly. Alpine looking good through this final sector. Car looks like it's handling well. Comes flying into the final corner. And Pierre Gasly goes second, 0.9 of a second slower than Sergio Perez. As Zhou Guanyu goes up to 6th. Ahead of Nico Hulkenberg is Esteban Ocon, who goes into P5. We're now looking at Lewis Hamilton, who's on another lap on soft tyres. Don't know if it's the same compound. I think it might be. He is, he's going quite a bit quicker, so maybe it is a new compound for Hamilton. as he's only a quarter of a second down on Perez after the first two sectors. Hamilton through the final sector. Just about gets past the Aston Martin before the penultimate corner. And now through the final corner. Oh, bit of turning oversteer there into the final corner. So that was not a great final sector overall. He goes second, but lost quite a bit of time in that final part of the lap. Charles Leclerc is out there on an outlap. I think Leclerc just came in for probably a practice start, something like that. As we're now looking at the McLaren of Lando Norris, who is pretty quick around this track and was yesterday up in second place in practice 2. Let's see what he can do with his first lap of the day. Norris through the first sector, which is almost entirely flat out. And the McLaren was very, very quick in the first sector. Not quite here so far, but that is interesting to see if they can replicate that today. Norris did lose the rear end slightly on the exit, the hairpin, which will cost him time, not only on the exit, but all the way down this first DRS zone. Locks his inside front into the chicane, and actually his brakes look like they're on fire. Can see smoke coming from the front brakes. As Lance Stroll does his first proper time and goes second, as Lando Norris looks like he's probably going to go up to second place if he has a good final sector. As Alonso goes up to 4th in the other Aston Martin. There you go. Here comes Lando Norris through the final couple corners. Nico Hulkenberg goes up to 6th. And yeah, Lando Norris just about gets ahead of Stroll and goes second. But remember, we are nowhere near the best lap times of what we saw in practice 2. And all of the teams going about a second slower than... well, not all of the teams going a second slower than they did yesterday, but all of the teams going slower than they did yesterday in general. So we're not quite there in terms of a hot pace in this practice session. Hello, by the way, to Turbo Power. Hopefully you're well. And I hope, of course, you're all doing well. Under 15 minutes in this session, as we're looking at the Ferrari of Leclerc on a new flying lap on medium tyres. See what Leclerc will do with the second run. Leclerc comes up to the middle sector point, and good middle sector so far. This is a much better lap. Charles, heart of the final sector, final few corners. This is really, as we saw kind of yesterday, but really, I remember last year we saw it, especially in qualifying. That's where the Ferrari really lost the time compared to Red Bull, and I think that's where it'll be the case today, and losing a lot of time there in the final sector. And Leclerc only goes up to 5th place. I did not actually do a personal best final sector. I did the Monegasque. Of course, Ferrari in a very important, well, not very important, but important nonetheless, fight for second in the championship with Mercedes. And that, of course, will be decided, the battle, by the end of the race tomorrow. And Ferrari still, for me, are the favourites to win that battle. Ferrari just 4 points behind the Mercedes team. Ferrari have been, I think, consistently the better team in the second half of this season. Both drivers as well performing better than the two Mercedes drivers. As Russell on a good first run here. Purple Sector 1, Purple Sector 2. See what the final sector is like. Good run through turn 13 and 14. Should be flat out through. And 15, and then into the final corner. Oh, same thing as Hamilton earlier. Turned in, but the rear end of the car came round. But he still goes quickest by a quarter of a second. Does George Russell. And that lap time of a 1:25.1 matches what he did yesterday in practice too. But there's probably another tenth and a half in that lap of Russell. So, yeah, good start for him. As Max Verstappen is about to complete his first lap of the day. And so far, he's been going slower than Russell on this particular lap. Magnussen's just got up to 13th. Here comes Verstappen, who goes almost exactly half a second slower than Russell. And ends up Verstappen in third. So, Russell, Perez, Verstappen, Norris, Stroll, your top 5. As Lewis Hamilton on another flying lap on the soft tyre, but has quite a bit of understeer in the first part of the chicane. Turn 6, which we saw yesterday was quite an issue for him. As Zhou is up to 11th place. And the only drivers we're waiting for to complete a lap are Sargent, Albon, Bottas, Piastri, Ricciardo, and Tsunoda. Bottas and Piastri are currently on their first flying laps. As Bottas goes 14th. Quite a bit slower than he went yesterday. Verstappen complaining on the radio that the rear end is quite loose and sliding around a lot. Which we did see on the exit of... what was it? Exit of turn 10, I think it was. Hamilton pits, and yeah, those tyres, I think, no more life really in them. As they're going to put a set of mediums on, but I think that's just a practice pit stop it is. As Lance Stroll improves up to third. With the, that's the best lap time Aston Martin have done so far this weekend. That was what, a 1:25.5 for Stroll. Their best time yesterday was I think a was it 1:25.5? It might have been actually. Might be just slower. As Piastri goes up to 5th. His first run. Just ahead of his teammate, as Fernando Alonso now improves and goes up to 4th. So the two Aston Martins, 3rd and 4th. And we've now got the two Williamses on an outlap. The two AlphaTauris still in the pit lane. The AlphaTauri drivers, though, and thankfully, good timing. AlphaTauri car on my screen. What do you call it? The two drivers were pretty happy with the new floor that was put on the car yesterday, and that I'm guessing they will be running for this weekend. That new floor is basically the floor that's been on, from what I've heard, it's basically a floor that's been on, is on pretty much now, the Red Bull car. And really, the upgrade is in view to next year. So, I don't think we'll see the full effect of it in a positive way this weekend. But I am expecting, start of next season, I am expecting the AlphaTauri team to be definitely way more competitive at the start of the season than they were this season, where they were one of the worst teams at the start of this year. And we're relying a lot on Yuki Tsunoda pulling out some unbelievably good performances, as Alex Albon, he's on a flying lap, but Sky F1 have gone to an ad break. So we'll wait to see what happens when they come back. Just want to say quickly, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this, because of course we do watch-alongs, previews, reviews, and we do plenty of content to keep you bang up to date with everything going on in the world of Formula One. And of course, when it comes to next season, which is going to be the longest F1 season of all time, we'll be covering it in great detail. So make sure to subscribe to the channel so you can keep up to date with everything going on. And for everybody watching right now, make sure to smash that like button. We are on, what, 25 likes? Let's try and get up to 30 plus likes if we can the next, say, half an hour. But, yeah. And as I'll get into in more detail after the race tomorrow, there is plenty of content coming your way during the winter break. I did do a community post outlining the plan, but I will go through it again tomorrow on stream, probably before the race and after, just so you guys can hear it and know, what the plan is. And then, yeah, another thing to let you guys know as well is, of course, tomorrow I'll be live 2 hours before the race starts at 11 a.m. UK time. The race preview and then the race watch along. Of course, I'll be joined by my co-commentator Niblo for the final time this season. And then on Tuesday night, I'll be live at 7 p.m. UK time for a full review of the 2023 Formula One season. But yeah, to hear more detail as to what my winter break content plan is, make sure to tune in tomorrow because I will get into it tomorrow again before the race and kind of after as well, just so you guys can know about it. Waiting for Sky to come back, and I would imagine, given we're 23 minutes into the session, I'd imagine in the next 10 to 15 minutes we're going to start seeing the quickest lap times of the weekend so far. Hold your hats because we're about to get to that point. So I should be back in the next 30 seconds or so. But yeah, Russell currently quickest from Perez, Stroll, Alonso, Verstappen, Piastri, Norris, Hamilton, Leclerc, Gasly. Your top 10. Let me see if there's any comments in the chat I can just read out. Merc looking strong so far, yeah, but I don't think we can read really that much into that time from Russell because again, Ferrari nowhere near as quick as they went yesterday, and Red Bull have got quite a bit more pace to show as well. So let's not get too carried away quite yet. I mean, if they can, go even quicker and quite a bit quicker and end this session quickest, then yeah, does look very good going into qualifying, but not even halfway through the session yet. Seeing a replay of Alex Albon. Just a few montage shots of his lap. And now we're looking into the Williams hospitality area. And Albon, with his lap, has gone up to 7th place in the Williams. And Logan Sargent, his teammate, has gone 10th. Williams were very bad yesterday in practice too. So I'm hoping today they'll show a lot more pace as Ricciardo goes 16th. Lando Norris is just in a purple first sector. But let me just make sure that's correct. So we've got Valtteri Bottas a lot higher, up in 11th place. Not anymore because Yuki Tsunoda has gone 10th. So now everyone has done a lap time. Tsunoda 10th, Sargent 11th, Bottas 12th, Ocon is 13th, and then you've got Gasly 14th, Leclerc 15th, Sainz 16th, then Ricciardo 17th, as Lando Norris goes up to 5th for McLaren. Yeah, Ricardo 17th, Hulkenberg 18th, Zhou 19th, and Magnus 20th. There is Max Verstappen on an improved lap, and he's done a purple middle sector. And if he keeps this up, then this will be Red Bull's best lap of the weekend, but still not quite as quick as I'm expecting them to go in this session. But it's in a incredible final sector. Car moves out of the way there, and through this final sector, Red Bull very comfortable and to the line. Not a good final sector there for Verstappen. Lost about half a second in the end. But he does go up to second place. So, actually, I'll read it out in a moment. George Russell has gone a bit quicker than he did before the ad break. He's now put it into the 124s. I think he's now done a 124.8. I think I can just about see. They're just showing a double screen here on Sky F1 because they're also doing a pit wall interview with the Williams team boss, James Vowles. So yeah, I think it's a 124.8 from Russell, which is almost as quick as Leclerc went yesterday, but it is 0.3 of a second better than Mercedes were in practice too. But again, Red Bull and Ferrari definitely can go a lot quicker. And it is a 124.829 for Russell. So looking good at the moment. Here comes Logan Sargent, who does a new flying lap on the same compound, off compound, and he goes up to 9th. Only a 10th away from his teammate. Had a great qualifying in Vegas. It's a shame about the race, but Williams just wore their tyres out way too much compared to a lot of the other teams. Yeah, Logan had a really good weekend. He was not that far off of his teammate in terms of lap time compared to what it normally is. Yeah, was in Q3, qualified in 7th, started on the 3rd row at one of his 3 home races. Now we're looking at Oscar Piastri, who took pole position here 2 years ago in Formula 2 and won the feature race. And that feature race was actually his last ever race in Formula 2. Won it quite comfortably, what I can remember. Piastri now starts a new flying lap. McLaren yesterday did a 124.8 and they get that lap time here. Not great first sector from Piastri compared to what we saw yesterday. Half a tenth down on Russell. Piastri powering down the first DRS zone, about 320 kilometers an hour. Braking hard for the chicane. Car looks good through there. DRS wide open for the middle sector. Slight slipstream he's going to get from the car ahead, being an AlphaTauri. Middle sector is okay, nothing special. 0.2 of a second down so far on Russell after 2 sectors. Now Piastri enters the final sector where the McLaren should be at its best. Wasn't quite yesterday, but it theoretically should be at its strongest. Final sector is Esteban Ocon. Improves up to 8th. Where does Piastri go? Up to 3rd. Still not as quick as McLaren went yesterday, though, so there is more pace in that McLaren. No doubt about that. Piastri only is, 10th quicker than Norris. Norris did his best lap quite a few minutes ago. Williams is on an outlap. Gasly as well on an outlap. Daniel Ricciardo here in the special liveried AlphaTauri is on a new flying lap on soft tyres. Let's see what his middle sector is like. It's not very good. 3.5 tenths down on Russell he is so far. Maybe this will put him in the top 10, but I don't think necessarily that's going to mean a very quick time, as he had a bit of oversteer there on the exit of turn 12. Through these final couple corners, flat through turn 15, into turn 16. Are looking good through there. And to the line, yeah, only 13th. So not a very good lap at all. AlphaTauri do not seem as quick this weekend as I think a lot of people expected, including myself. Here is now his teammate Yuki Tsunoda on a better lap, and Tsunoda currently up in 12th. So maybe Tsunoda can get into the top 10. Car darting around a lot more than Ricciardo's was. Now he enters the final corner. Will Tsunoda finish 4th here? 2021. And Tsunoda does just about get into the top 10. Even though he didn't do a personal best final sector. So, what? 32 minutes in this final practice session. And the order currently, the top 10, is Russell, Verstappen, Piastri, Perez. Then Stroll, Alonso, Norris, Ocon, Albon, and Tsunoda. Here is Pierre Gasly on a new flying lap. Teammate Ocon up in 8th. What can Gasly do? Not done a great first sector. Already a 10.5 down on Russell, which is quite a bit of time to be giving away to the Mercedes there in just that sector. As Gasly now powers down to the chicane. Yeah, has had a couple good qualifyings here, but this hasn't been necessarily one of his stronger tracks. Like, Zandvoort. What other good tracks? Mexico, those type of tracks that Gasly does like. Middle sector is also not that great, but if he has a good final sector, this probably will put him in the top 10. Gasly can do. Comes through the final couple corners just about now, and all ran a bit wide through the penultimate corner. Now to the line, Pierre Gasly stays in 15th, and that is because of that poor final sector. So, yeah, not a good lap there for the gas man. Is now 0.4 of a second slower than Ocon, who is solidly in the top 10. Gasly does go for another flying lap on fire. Probably not, but we'll see. Yeah. Exit at turn 15 is the exit, the penultimate corner. Just ran a bit too wide. And not quite sure why he ran a bit too wide, because he felt like he was wide on the apex. So not quite sure why that happened. Maybe some slight bottoming out through the middle of the corner, as that's a replay of Hamilton all out of shape on the exit and really through the middle as well of first corner. And still struggling with the balance of his car. And Lewis Hamilton currently in 12th place and 1.1 seconds slower than his teammate. Baffling it is how Hamilton has been, around a track that we know he's very quick around. For him to be this slow is, yeah, quite concerning for a Lewis Hamilton fan. By the way, to answer Mickey's question in the chat, any news, he asks, on how much damage Sainz got? Any grid penalties? I don't believe there is any grid penalties for Carlos Sainz. I will just quickly look, though, to confirm that. So just give me a second. And no news of a penalty for Carlos Sainz is good news. Sainz currently, and both Ferraris in the last few minutes have been on a long run. Why we've not heard anything really from the team, and their best times so far still are on the medium compound tyre. They're the only team to not run the soft tyre yet, so that's really one of the big things to find out in these final 24 minutes is how quick will Ferrari be when they put the soft tyres on? Can they go 2 to 3 tenths of a second quicker than Russell, which I think really that's what they should be doing. Because Ferrari should be over a single lap quicker around this track. Looking at Leclerc. Continuing on. Now looking at an Aston Martin of Alonso. And Alonso, I don't think, is on a quali sim run. Looks to be a bit more of a heavier fueled run. DRS was not open down the second DRS zone. Alonso going through the final couple of corners. And even though it won't be of great use, these laps on what do you call it? On these tyres with this fuel load in these conditions, because of course when the race starts on Sunday, it'll be 2 hours later in the day. There is still some important bits of data they can collect. Aston Martin looking okay for the moment, but I think once everybody starts to properly go quick, they will drop down the order quite a bit from 5th and 6th, which is where they're at right now. So is long run. Yeah, just a bit of a lull in the session, but I reckon, in the next few minutes, we are going to see maybe not all the teams, but most of the teams properly go for a quali sim run before the end of practice 3. Definitely Red Bull and Ferrari, McLaren as well. I think we could definitely go a bit quicker. Alfa Romeo, Haas, I think as well can go quicker. Possibly Alpine as well. Yeah, plenty of teams I think can improve here. Alonso on and watching. Alonso now comes into very late the pit entry. Alonso, see if he's just gonna pour through the pits or not. Looks looks like he's now coming into where looks like he's coming in be refueled, or is he? No, he's actually exited there. Did a kind of a, I won't say a practice start, but just laid rubber down in his pit box, and he's continuing on. He's doing a bit of a long run. At the minute is Fernando. Ken Wallace says Chaz, maybe Lewis is on a different program than George. I don't think Lewis will be a second behind George in qualifying. I mean, maybe, that could be the case, but F1 teams don't tend to do drastically different programs in a practice session with their two drivers unless one of their drivers has like a grid penalty for that weekend and they know they're going to take a penalty, then they'll, rework their program. So I mean, maybe Lewis Hamilton was running a bit more fuel, but I think they are running pretty much, or they are on the same program. So yeah, again, I don't know that, as fact, but from what you normally see, that's how, that's normally how the teams conduct business. They'll have both drivers doing a program at the same time so they can collect as much data as possible, unless, one driver they know is going to have a grid, redo it in a certain way. And Rooksfoot saying in the chat, Hamilton, Leclerc, and Sainz been pounding around nearly 20 laps each. Russell has only done 6 laps. Yeah. I mean, it's definitely possible that Hamilton has got more fuel on board, and he will go obviously quicker than he's gone so far. But whether he'll be able to match Russell on pace is another thing. We'll have to see. Comments here. Skillany says, I really think Mercer in the fight for pole. Let's see what Lewis does. I think you're maybe getting a bit too high with your hopes. Maybe just smoking a bit of the hopium. I mean, I hope I'm wrong. I would love it if Mercedes were in the fight for pole. I mean, when have they been in the fight for pole this season? Once, twice? What, 21 races or so? I'd love to see it, but I don't think it's possible here. I don't think they've got a quick enough car. But maybe I will be proved wrong. That's the great thing with, predictions that I've made is, yeah, I've made my predictions, but you'll always get 1 or 2 teams, a bit better than you expected. You can never be 95% correct. So, yeah, we'll find out, and I'm sure we'll find out a lot more in these final 17, 18 minutes of practice 3 as, yeah, Sky F1 on an ad break, but they're back in a moment's time by the looks of it. See if anyone can beat Russell's time. As Alex Albon, as Rook in the chat was saying, Albono on a charge, and yeah, absolutely, just gone up to second, only a 1/10 of a second slower than Russell. So that is a massive improvement from Williams. Their best lap time from yesterday was a 1:26.0, I think. So yeah, that's a very, very good lap time from Albon. As here is now the fastest man of the session, George Russell, out there for another lap. Esteban Ocon now up to third. So here we go. The proper quick runs have begun. As Russell a 10th quicker in the first sector already. Pierre Gasly is up to 5th place. And if Russell can go, say, 3 to 4/10 of a second quicker, I'd be impressed. Because again, I expected the best lap time in this session to be, 1:24.5 or even a 1:24.4 at best. So that would be impressive if you do that. And well, this is a good lap so far. Nearly 4/10 up after the first 2 sectors. And very much like what we saw in Las Vegas, a very hot start to the day from Mr. Saturday himself. As Russell through turn 13 and 14, slight oversteer on the exit of 14, flat through 15 into the final corner. And Russell, how much quicker does he go? 4/10 of a second quicker, purple final sector, and that is a 1:24.4. Now, over to you, Red Bull and Ferrari. Let's see what you can do in response, because that is a very competitive lap time. Unless Red Bull or Ferrari go massively quicker. We'll find that out, hopefully, in these final 15 minutes. But yeah, very, very good lap time from Russell. Nearly a second quicker than Mercedes were going yesterday. Going some shots of that quick lap. So yeah, let's see what Red Bull and Ferrari can do. those are really the two teams to watch out for that could foil Mercedes' practice session, as Valtteri Bottas improves up to 11th place, but still not as quick of a lap time from Bottas, that particular time of a 125.5. Not as good of a lap time that as what he did yesterday, which was, I think, a 125.0. So there is a lot more pace in the bag of the Alfa Romeo. As here is the McLaren of Lando Norris on a new flying lap. Both McLarens on a new flying lap. Lando Norris, very good middle sector. A 10th up on Russell. McLaren now showing their true speed, and it looks pretty good so far. Norris just about gets the rear end in check on the exit at turn 12 through 13 and 14. Car looks very good. Now through the penultimate corner and into the final corner as Lance Stroll goes up to 8th with a new lap. As losing the rear end massively there. And Norris still goes up to 2nd place, even though he had an absolute tank slapper on the exit, the final corner, as Piastri also does not have a good final sector and only goes 3rd. But if Lando Norris had not had that poor final corner, he would have gone quickest, probably by a 10th of a second. The McLaren do have the pace to be quicker than Mercedes. That is clear to see. As Lando definitely lost a lot of time there with that tank slapper. Would have lost, I mean, at least a 10th of a second. Probably a bit more, though. It would have affected the drivability off the final corner. Yeah. Maybe not as much time as... Actually, yeah. Probably didn't cost him as much time as I thought, but I think still did cost him going P1. So, yeah, close between McLaren and Mercedes, but I think McLaren are still just about quicker. But we're now looking at Fernando Alonso on a new flying lap. The two Ferraris, by the way, in the pit lane. As Kevin Magnussen, I've just seen, has improved up to 13th. Let's see what Alonso can do in this middle sector. It is 0.2 of a second down on Russell, which is not great if you're an Aston Martin fan. Let's see what they can do in this final sector to repair the damage. Alonso got a bit of traffic ahead, which is probably going to affect him slightly. One of them being a McLaren. Alonso now into the final corner. And what's his lap time? A 125.3. Not a personal best final sector, and only puts him up to 8th. Yeah, Aston Martin, their pace, not good. Slower than Mercedes, McLaren. Of course, we know they'll be slower than Red Bull and Ferrari, and at the minute, they look slower than Williams and Alpine as well. And now Alfa Romeo, because Zhou Guanyu has gone from last up to 7th place. Yeah, Aston Martin is not looking positive for them, as Max Verstappen is now on an outlap on soft tyres. So is Lewis Hamilton. Leclerc now on an outlap, presumably on the soft compound tyre. These final 10 minutes, now we're going to properly find out the true pace is looking like. Verstappen really babying his tyres on this outlap. Yes, Sergio Perez on an outlap as well. Tsunoda and Ricciardo on an outlap. Albon now on an outlap. Verstappen is very soon going to be entering the penultimate corner. And really, for it to be a properly good time from Verstappen, this needs to be a low 1:24. Can he do that? We're about to find out. As he now starts what could be his final lap before qualifying. And runs, a bit wide on the exit of the first corner. Might get a lap time deletion for that. As gonna complete the first sector. 0.2 of a second down on Russell after the first sector alone. That is quite poor. There's a lot of oversteer through the hairpin and backs off. Yeah, that was a very poor start to the lap. Verstappen will have to recharge that battery and then go again in a minute or so. As, yeah, both Ferraris out there on an out lap. See what they can do in a moment. We're just looking on the broadcast at Max Verstappen. And yeah, replay of him going quite wide on the exit of turn 1. And then lots of oversteer on the exit of the hairpin. He was complaining of a loose and snappy rear end. Was Verstappen earlier in the session, and clearly they've not found a solution for that. Let's just didn't get the tyres properly up to temperature. Problem for them with that. As Lewis Hamilton is on, or just coming to the end of a flying lap, as Daniel Ricciardo's improved up to 15th. Here comes Hamilton. How close can he get to his teammate? Not close at all. Nearly 0.9 of a second slower than his teammate. Lewis Hamilton is in serious trouble going into qualifying, as Leclerc is on a flying lap. As Piastri further improves his lap time, but only by, I think, 1/10 of a second or so. As Yuki Tsunoda improves up to 11th. As Leclerc did not do a very quick middle sector. 0.2 of a second down he is so far after 2 sectors compared to Russell. So, yeah, Mercedes with Russell at least looking good for the moment. Still not over yet. Leclerc through the final couple corners. What's his lap time? It is not good. It is only 5th. Saying that was only a 1:25.0, so still not going as quick as they did yesterday. So I think Ferrari still have definitely got quite a bit more in the bag. So don't panic if you're a Ferrari fan, because yeah, there's definitely more time in there. Maybe Carlos Sainz will show a bit more of it, as he is about to complete the middle sector on his should be final lap before qualifying. And Sainz, actually not good middle sector. This is yeah, not very hot pace from Ferrari, but again, I think they've definitely got a lot more in the bag, because there's no way, yesterday they did a 1:24.8. There's no way today they'd be going slower. There's just no chance that would be happening. Sainz now through the final couple corners. Let's see if he gets into the top 10. He should do. As Carlos, he doesn't. He only goes 19th with that lap. 1.3 seconds, by the way, covering the entire field. How close it is. Remarkably close, I have to say, considering how, this lap is, it's not a short lap. But, yeah, what a poor lap there for Sainz, even though Ferrari definitely holding back on what they can do. That is quite bad. As Max Verstappen's car back into the garage. Don't know if he's going to be coming back out again. We enter the final 5 minutes of play here in practice 3. Remember, once we are done with this practice session, we will be going into a watch-along for the Formula 2 sprint race, which will be getting underway in about 45 minutes' time. Very important race that, to determine the Formula 2 champion 2023. Skillany, I just saw in the chat asking, are you more confident about Mercedes now? As Nico Hulkenberg almost goes straight on, or pretty much does go straight on at turn 1. I'm more confident, but I'm still not confident to the point where I think they can legitimately take pole position. Maybe they're going to be closer on lap time than I previously expected, but I don't think they're going to be, in the top 3 of the grid. I don't think that's going to happen because, again, Ferrari, they still haven't shown as much pace as we all know they can go. McLaren with Lando Norris didn't have the greatest end to the lap. They can go quicker. And yeah, I mean, we saw with Red Bull, they didn't do a great lap a minute ago, as Max Verstappen is actually coming back out on track, so maybe he will do one final run. So yeah, I think once everybody, shows what they've got, I think Mercedes at best will have the 3rd best car, but even that might be a bit of a push because McLaren, I think, still look like they, with a clean lap, no mistakes. I think McLaren look like they've got probably a slightly faster car. So, yeah, it doesn't look as good for Mercedes as it might appear, is what I'm trying to say. But, yeah, let's see if Verstappen will go up to the top of the timesheets with this final practice session. Also, Sergio Perez is out there, but I think Perez is on a long run. As we've got Lewis Hamilton on an outlap, so is Fernando Alonso. So we'll see if those 2 drivers can improve. Surely Lewis Hamilton can. 9/10 of a second almost he is slower than his teammate. If he's that far off of Russell in qualifying, Hamilton will not make Q3. Absolutely no chance. As here's a replay of Stroll at turn 1. And I presume will complain that he was distracted, but I don't think it really affected him. Ferrari there, getting out of his way on the exit of turn 1. As here comes the Red Bull, the world champion of Max Verstappen in the final 2 minutes. Let's see if we can go to the top of the timesheets before qualifying. A better turn 1 there by the looks of it. Even though we didn't have as close of a shot of what he was doing there. As Leclerc saying on the radio, they did a good job, by the way, in turn 1 for the bump. I say it now, otherwise I'll forget. Clearly, they're complaining about the bump through the middle of the corner, I think is what he's complaining about. As Verstappen continuing, sorry, let me do that again. Continuing on with this lap, as Leclerc also is on a better lap. What's Verstappen's middle sector looking like, as he's got traffic ahead that should get out of his way? And Max, 0.2 of a second down after the first 2 sectors, as Tsunoda goes up to 8th place. As Verstappen now into the final sector. Can he have a good enough final sector to go quickest? Let's see, as Leclerc does a better middle sector, but still 0.2 of a second away after the first 2 sectors compared to Russell. As here comes Verstappen through the final corner to the line, and only 6th quickest, a 1:25.1, and still not as quick, I don't think. No, that is not as quick as Red Bull went yesterday, so there is still more pace in the bag for Red Bull, as Leclerc losing the rear end slightly on the exit of the final corner and does not improve. So Leclerc remains in 5th. Yeah, Ferrari and Red Bull have got more pace, definitely, in their cars. There is no doubt about that. As Carlos Sainz is on an improved lap for the moment. Got a lot of traffic. Hopefully they all get out of the way. As his middle sector is better than his previous best, which was nearly 0.2 of a second slower. So this might put Carlos up into the top 10 as Sergio Perez goes up to 11th. That's where he'll finish the session, as the checkered flag has now fallen. As, oh, he's going to have some traffic ahead of George Russell, who just about gets out of his way. And Carlos Sainz comes to the line. Stays 19th. So, yeah, was distracted probably through that final sector as the session is basically over. And there you go. So, an interesting final practice, but I don't think we've really found out anything different. Massively different, rather. Going into qualifying in terms of the fight, between the front running teams. I think I'd still probably stick with my prediction for the front running teams, which I went with last night. As Kevin Magnussen pops up to 19th, so Carlos Sainz does end the session slowest, but obviously Sainz will be a lot quicker in qualifying, which of course qualifying starts in 2.5 hours time. But that is practice 3 over and done with. Let's go through your final finishing order before qualifying. So George Russell ends up quickest on a 1:24.4. Lando Norris second for McLaren, 10th of a second back. Piastri third. Albon fourth. Leclerc fifth. Verstappen sixth. Ocon in seventh. Sargent eighth. Tsunoda 9th, Zhou 10th, and then Perez 11th, Hamilton 12th, Gasly 13th, Alonso 14th, Stroll 15th, Bottas 16th, Hulkenberg 17th, Ricciardo 18th, Magnussen 19th, and Carlos Sainz in 20th. So that's practice 3 over and done with. And yeah, 2.5 hours to go, in case you're wondering, until qualifying is underway. Before, though, we get into the next part of the stream, what we are now going to do is, or I'm going to throw up on the screen the gaps through the field, just so you guys can visually see what the gaps through the field are. So yeah, a 1:24.418. The best time of the weekend now from George Russell. And I would say if Red Bull do end up getting pole position is probably going to be a very low 1:23 or a late 1:22 if Red Bull do turn out to be as quick compared to Mercedes as I expect and as many people expect. But yeah, Lando Norris a 10th behind, but we know he could have gone quicker and probably would have ended up going just about quickest for Russell. But it is close. Mercedes are closer to McLaren, slightly closer to McLaren than I was expecting. So, I mean, that's a positive at least for the Mercedes team. And then you've got, Piastri third, quite a bit far back though, still. 0.3 of a second slower than Norris in that session, which quite a concern. And then you got Albon in fourth. Albon looking very quick, and Williams looking a lot better today than they looked yesterday, which is really good to see. They're not going to be, up in fourth on the grid, but maybe now will be contenders for the top 10. And then you got Charles Leclerc in fifth. His lap time not as quick as he went yesterday, and same for Max Verstappen. So Ferrari and Red Bull definitely have way more pace in the bag than what they showed, and I think Mercedes know that. So I don't think they'll be surprised if they end up those two teams going a lot quicker than them. And then you got Esteban Ocon up in 7th. Good practice session for him, especially after Gasly ended up a lot quicker than him yesterday. And then Logan Sargent up in the top 10 as well. Only a 1/4 of a second slower than his teammate. Good to see Sargent having a very good end to the season. Really hope he carries that through to next year. And then you've got Tsunoda in the top 10. AlphaTauri still, though, not looking as quick as I really hoped. And then, in 10th place, Zhou Guanyu. Now, you may be thinking, Alfa Romeo, nowhere near as quick as, what they showed yesterday. Do you remember they were another team that were not as quick in that practice session as they were yesterday in practice 2? In practice 2 yesterday, their best time was a 1:25.0, when their best time in that session was a 1:25.2, but with Zhou, not Bottas. So Alfa Romeo can go a lot quicker than what they've shown so far. So watch out for them. Just outside of the top 10, Sergio Perez, who didn't have a great session, but was only, what, a 10th away from his teammate. So, pace compared to teammate looking good. Lewis Hamilton looking like he's in a desperate situation. And at this point, if his lap times do not improve on what we've seen compared to Russell, I think he will struggle to make Q3 at this rate, because if you're losing nearly 9/10 of a second around this track, you are going to be in a lot of trouble. And then you've got Pierre Gasly just behind him. I am expecting Gasly to be better in qualifying later. Alonso then in 14th. Aston Martin really don't look good. They look like they're in quite a bit of trouble going into this session. And really struggle to see them making the top 10, to be honest. And then you got Valtteri Bottas in 16th. Again, he and the team can go a lot quicker. There is no doubt about that. Then Hulkenberg, you've got in 17th. Haas looking pretty slow. But I still think Haas can go quicker because their times are not really that great compared to what they were doing yesterday on the medium. And the final Brit, you've got Ricciardo, surprisingly far down and quite a bit away from his teammate in terms of lap time, nearly 0.4 of a second away. Got Magnussen 19th. And Carlos Sainz last of all, but of course he won't be there in qualifying as a crash or something like that. But there you go. Those are the gaps. I can go. Can't quite see the 8 on the end of the 1:24.4, but you can see the gaps through the field. And there you go. That's how close it is. Only 1.3 seconds covering the entire field. The gap will be bigger from the top to the bottom in qualifying. But yeah, I think there's, again, in terms of the front-running teams, it's not looking massively different to what I expected in terms of who is where. In the midfield, though, it looks quite a bit different. Williams look a lot quicker. Alpine look a bit quicker. Alfa Romeo, we don't quite know where they're at, so far today, but I think they will be a lot quicker than what they showed, so far. Aston Martin look quite bad. AlphaTauri not great. Haas not really that good. So yeah, midfield looks like it's going to be interesting, but for the front running teams, it looks like it will be probably the way I've predicted, which I'll get into later. But I'll just leave that up on screen. And what I'm going to do now is rename the stream quickly, because it is now the qualifying watch-along. So there you go. And what I am now going to do is, what do you call it? What I'm now going to do is post a link of the stream out on my community tab. And then we'll get into the next part of the stream, which is getting into this F2 sprint race, which starts in about 30 minutes' time here in the UAE. So, right, let me just do this. Come join us here to watch along the final F2 sprint race of 2023. There you go. So, make sure, by the way, to keep your comments coming. Skillany earlier asking Chaz, why is Lewis so far off the pace? Probably because of a balance problem. Again, he has the car he's been driving looks like it's had quite a bit of understeer this weekend. So if I was to guess, I'd imagine it was probably that as to why, he was, not in a great position there. Let me just try and change something quickly with the text in terms of the way it looks. That's a bit better actually. Neater and actually fits on the screen there. So there you go. 24.418, and then you can see the gaps through the field. See, it's that close in qualifying. But now, guys, let's get into the F2 sprint race, as I will just quickly replace this text and get the timer going again. Quickly do that. Actually, before we get into the F2 sprint race, I'm going to read out a few more comments from you guys in the chat. Do that, actually. Let me just actually check exactly when the F2 race starts. Yeah, let me just have a quick check of that, just to make sure. And actually, the F2 sprint race starts in what? Starts actually in about 40 minutes time. So a bit longer than I originally expected. So, yeah. Get the timer on screen now. And it'll be 37 minutes to go until the F2 sprint. And, yeah, give it another 20 minutes and then we'll properly start getting into what happened in qualifying yesterday, what the Drivers' Championship looks like, what the championship permutations are for this F2 weekend. And, of course, we'll get into the starting grid as well, which, given the championship battle, looks very nicely poised, the grid. Got Teo Pourchaire quite far down the grid, and his main rival, Frederick Vesti, is in a very good position to take advantage of Teo being out of position. But realistically, Teo, unless he has a proper disaster of a weekend, he should win the F2 championship this weekend. But yeah, I think for the next 20 minutes, we're going to just read your comments in the chat, and then we'll get onto the F2 sprint itself. So, Skillany's saying, so they can change the car, I'm sure, to George's setup. It's not as easy as that, because both drivers, and we've seen this quite clearly, both drivers, have a different driving style. If you look at Russell and the way he likes to drive, he likes the car to be, very nicely settled, and likes to have a lot more rear end grip. When with Lewis Hamilton, normally he likes the car to be very pointy, where the front end goes in very easily and the rear end is sliding more. So yeah, quite different. The preferences, let's say, with the setup those two drivers like. But yeah, I don't think it's as easy as just, whacking the setup on Russell's car and Hamilton's, and suddenly Lewis is going to go a second quicker or anything like that. Mickey asking, do you think Sargent will keep a seat next year? Well, it's already been confirmed that he is keeping his seat next season. I think I Pretty sure I did talk about that a couple weeks ago. Um, yeah, let me just check. I'm pretty sure I saw Formula One tweet out on their official X account that Logan was going to be in the still in the Williams team for next season, or has it not been officially confirmed? On Wikipedia, it says to be announced, but I'm pretty sure we saw basic, confirmation that he was staying at the team. But even if that confirmation has not come through, yeah, he is going to be staying at the team. Even though I don't think he deserves to be on the grid based on his performance this season, not just because, he's had a couple good races as of late. Yeah, I don't think he's had a good enough season, but he has ended the season a lot better. Let's see next year whether he will show enough to the point where he shows that he does deserve to be a Formula One driver, because I don't think he has shown this season, Logan, that he deserves to be a full-time Formula One driver. But we'll see what he can do. But I'm sure with Williams, even though, yes, they're owned by an American company and Logan is an American driver, if Logan has another bad year next year, I'm sure they'll get rid of him, because the team cannot afford to have only one driver to rely on in terms of scoring points. They need two reliable drivers. Astro Stevo asking, think Pourchaire will get an F1 seat? Unfortunately, obviously, won't be getting one for next year, but really, I think he should be on the grid in 2025. I don't expect Zhou Guanyu in next year's Sauber to really improve on what we've seen this year. And I think long term, the best thing for the team to do would to be to put Pourchaire in the car ahead of Zhou. And I know, obviously, they're going to become Audi in 2026, but most likely in 2026, they're not going to be able to have two German drivers. So what they're going to need is, a good young talent in that car, regardless of, where they're from, um, to help the results of the team. Because if you look at, what German drivers there are around, you've got Hulkenberg, who, if he keeps up his level of performance at the minute, I'm sure he'll be at that team in 2026. But, Sebastian Vettel, we don't know if he's going to be coming back. I don't think he will come back. You've got Mick Schumacher. I don't think Mick is, by the time we get to 2026, I don't think Mick is going to be in the conversation for an F1 drive anymore. You've got a couple German drivers in junior formula, like Paul Aron, who is going to be in Formula 2 next season. He's part of the Mercedes Academy, but he's not, I don't think he's quite Formula 1 quality, is Paul Aron. So yeah, I think realistically for the Audi team, Audi Sauber, whatever you want to call them, the best scenario for them will be one German driver in 2026, probably being Nico Hulkenberg. And then the other driver needs to be really, a star driver, if they can find one, like a Pourchaire. Maybe if they can attract, a driver from one of the more so front running teams, that would be great. Like a Carlos Sainz. That has been a rumor. Carlos Sainz maybe will be joining the team in 2025. Of course, both Ferrari drivers are out of contract at the end of next season. But yeah, Teo should be on the grid no later than 2025. He is good enough. There is no doubt about it. He's better than Mick Schumacher, in my opinion. He's better than Zhou Guanyu. He's better than Logan Sargent. Yeah, I think definitely he's got the talent. Absolutely. to not only be good enough for Formula One, but to actually have like a good Formula One career. Chaz, are they allowed to change the car after practice 3? Yeah. Parc Ferme doesn't come into effect until the cars leave the pit lane at the start of qualifying, so they're allowed to still work on the car for the next couple hours. Literally no driver changes for next year. Yeah, that is sadly the case. But for 2025, we will see a few moves going on. No doubt about that. If I just quickly get it off on my screen, the 2025 F1 season. Actually, let me get up the F1 driver contracts. So, hold on. So, yeah, Sergio Perez, his contract with Red Bull comes to an end at the end of next season. And then, yeah, both Ferrari drivers out of contract at the end of next season. Leclerc, I think, will sign a new contract. Carlos Sainz, though, there has been discussions. Well, let me rephrase that. There's been talk that he's in talks with Audi for, joining them. And obviously, if that was to happen, he would join them for 2025 when they were still Sauber. And then, of course, in 2026, they would become the Audi F1 team. So, yeah, that's a rumor that's been going on. We'll see what happens with that. With Sergio Perez, I could definitely see him leaving the team in 2025. I think Perez, though, if he can have a better season next season, even if he doesn't end up being retained by the team, I think Perez will still stay in Formula One. Maybe even go to Ferrari to be a number 2 driver to Leclerc, which would be not too bad of a lineup. Norris and Piastri under contract. Alonso is out of contract at the end of 2024, but he does have an option in his contract to sign for an extra year, which would be for 2025. So, and by the sounds of it, the Aston Martin team boss Mike Crack, make sure to say that slowly. He was asked by, I think, Ted Kravitz whether they were going to pursue keeping Alonso on at the team and, sign a new contract, and he said yes. So, yeah, looks like Alonso will stay with them. Ocon is out of contract, and so is Gasly at the end of 2024. So maybe there'll be some change at Alpine. Probably not, but maybe. You never know. Joe Guan Yu out of contract at the end of 2024. Ricciardo and Tsunoda out of contract at the end of 2024. Albon out of contract comes to the end at the end of 2024, and the same for the 2 Haas drivers as well. So, yeah, there is plenty of moves in the driver market that I think is going to happen for 2025. For example, Haas, I could see them having at least 1, if not 2 new drivers. Oliver Behrman, we think, is, if he has a really good F2 season and maybe even wins the championship, maybe he'll be on the grid in 2025. Ferrari, wouldn't be surprised if Carlos Sainz left. And maybe, Sergio Perez or maybe even a Daniel Ricciardo would go to that team for 2025. Alpine, maybe if Gasly and Ocon have a bit of a falling out, that will be a seat available for that season. AlphaTauri, I wouldn't be surprised at all if their lineup was different in 2025. And I'd be surprised if Zhou was still on the grid in 2025 as well. So, should be interesting, the driver market next year. Nicky's saying, if only Lewis did go to Red Bull, then they would be a ton of driver swaps. That is something we can actually get into quickly. That whole mess. So the Red Bull team principal, Christian Horner, came out and said that there had been discussions with someone from Lewis Hamilton's camp about a possible, move. Now, whether that's true or not, we don't know. Personally, I think it's bullshit, and I think Horner knows it's bullshit, and he's deliberately stirring the pot, which he is really good at, and sometimes he is quite lovable for that. Lewis Hamilton has come out and said that basically that's not true. Um, yeah, I just don't think it's true at all. Red Bull are not going to sign Lewis Hamilton. Lewis Hamilton will never race for Red Bull. So there's no point even talking about it because it's never going to happen. It's like the Lewis Hamilton to Ferrari rumors. Lewis Hamilton going to Ferrari has been rumored ever since Lewis came into Formula 1. So, and it still hasn't happened. So yeah, it's never going to happen. Lewis Hamilton, as far as I'm concerned, will never leave the Mercedes team. Mercedes have been backing him for the last 26 years. Why would he split up with that partnership? Plus, that Mercedes partnership allows him so much freedom as a person outside of Formula One. So, yeah. Clearly, people just bored looking for stories where there isn't really any. It's kind of like the whole, Fernando Alonso to Red Bull stuff. Again, we know Alonso's not going to go to Red Bull. There's just no chance of that. And anyone who, is a realist and is a reasonable person knows that that move is not going to happen. Same with Lewis Hamilton to Red Bull. Nobody in their right mind actually thinks that that is going to happen. Why would Red Bull put Lewis Hamilton alongside Max Verstappen when it's been proven that a number one and number two driver partnership within a team is more effective, more successful than having two number one drivers? Why risk a conflict and possible, losing of race wins because want to, excite the fans more or mix things up? It would be, incredibly pointless. Astro Stevo saying Max needs to go to Ferrari. Maybe that'll happen in the future. Does depend though on how Ferrari improve under the new leadership of Frederick Vasseur over the next few years. They've shown some improvement this year, but not quite enough for them to obviously be looking like, title contenders or anything like that. But yeah, let's go through a few more comments and then we'll get into this F2 sprint. Vinster says another season F2 might be the best. He wasn't most consistent. I think Vinster there was talking earlier about Teo Porcher. Yeah, Teo, and I will admit, Teo is not the greatest, driver ever to be to come through Formula 2. We've seen better drivers, Russell, Hamilton, Rosberg, Leclerc, Norris, maybe the list go on, not quite. But yeah, we've seen better drivers, but we've also seen worse drivers who've won the championship in GP2, Formula 2, whatever you want to call it, and have got onto the grid. Jolyon Palmer, for example, won the championship and he had, almost 2 full years in Formula 1. We had, who else won the championship? Sergio Perez. And even though Perez has had a great career in Formula 1, Teo looks like more of a talent than Perez was back in, 2010, when Perez won the GP2 championship. And I'd say talent-wise, Teo looks like he's at the level of like a. If you were to compare him to previous GP2 champions or F2 champions, I'd compare Teo more to like a Pierre Gasly, a Nico Hulkenberg level of driver. I think that's more of an accurate representation of where Teo is. And we've seen, Gasly and Hulkenberg, they've had solid F1 careers. Let's see if I can find some more comments here. Mickey saying it's a shame Aston fell off over the season. Always liked watching Alonso race at the front. Yeah, it is a shame, but yeah, only the team can be blamed for what's happened there. And I think the sad thing is next year I don't expect it to get that much better. I think they'll start next season, Aston Martin, better than how they've ended this season, but I don't think they're going to be. I don't think they're going to be as quick at the start of next season as they were this season. I don't think that's going to happen, and I think they're going to be a lot closer to the midfield next year because, I mean, the Red Bull copycat design, which, let's be honest, it basically was their car. Worked great, but I don't think they really knew where to go with the car after that in terms of development, and that's why they've not really gone anywhere. And actually, when they took the upgrades off in Brazil, they went a lot quicker, which confirms to you how the upgrades for Aston Martin have not improved their car. It's actually made the car worse. Hopefully, they can understand why and make sure that doesn't happen in 2024. But Nicky asking, what do you think of the Racing Bulls name? Not quite sure what that's in relation to, unless that's what they're going to be calling the AlphaTauri team. Yeah, I hope that's not going to be the name of what is now known as AlphaTauri next season, because I don't think that's really a good name. As I've just seen a report on Twitter that the in terms of next season and the sprint races that we are going to have, unfortunately, next year, the sprint races are rumored to be the venues, the 6 venues they'll be taking place at are rumored to be Shanghai, Miami, Austria, Qatar, Austin, and Brazil. Shanghai and Miami, I don't think the sprint race is going to be any good around there. And then, yeah, Austin, it didn't prove to be that good this year. So, yeah, get ready for more mediocrity during those weekends. If it is true that those are where the sprint races will be taking place. Astro Steve saying Aston Martin flattered to deceive this year. So good early on, but fell away backwards so quickly. Yeah. But I think what we'll do, just for the time being, as we are only 15 minutes away from the Formula 2 sprint race getting underway, let me now get into not only the championship standings in Formula 2 coming into this final race weekend, but let's get into what happened in qualifying and how that might affect this F2 race weekend. So we'll start with qualifying. And of course, qualifying sets the grid for both the sprint and the feature race, but the top 10 is reversed for the sprint race. But it ended up in qualifying with a Jack Doohan pole position by 0.2 of a second. An incredible pole position there from Doohan. And not only, the lap time difference between him and the next car being Victor Martins, quite a very, big distance between the two, given it's Formula 2. And normally the distances, the gaps are not that big. You have to remember, right before qualifying in F2, Jack Doohan did practice for Alpine, practice 1. So to do practice 1, an hour-long session, and then get into an F2 car, and we have heard from other drivers that it is difficult to switch from one car to the other during a race weekend. To do that and then get pole position is so impressive from Doohan, who is ending this season so well and might be able to take third in the championship by the end of this race weekend. Victor Martins qualified in second, then it was Kushmaini in third, Zane Maloney fourth, Ayumu Iwasa in fifth. Iwasa officially is out of the championship hunt. Dennis Hauger sixth, Vashaw in seventh for Van Amersfoort Racing. Isaac Hadjar, who was also taking part in practice 1 for the, I think was it the Red Bull team, he ended up 8th. Frederick Vesti, the man hunting down Théo Pourchaire, ended up only 9th, which, gives him a good position for the sprint race, but definitely not quite for the feature race tomorrow. And then Enzo Fittipaldi ended up in P10, and Enzo Fittipaldi will be starting the sprint race on pole position. So the top 10 starting grid for the sprint race will be Fittipaldi on pole, Vesti second, Hadjar third, Vashaw fourth, Hauger fifth, Iwasa sixth, Maloney seventh, Miney 8th, Martins 9th, and then Doohan in 10th. Théo Pourchaire is only 14th on the grid. He will start 14th for both the sprint and the feature race, so he has his work cut out for him if he's going to, really strongly secure the F2 championship this weekend. Oliver Behrman also in quite a poor position on the grid. I think he's down in 17th or 18th place is Behrman. So those are the two drivers to look out for outside of the top 10 in this sprint race. And let's go on to how the championship looks going into this final race weekend. So Théo Pourchaire is 25 points clear of Frederick Vesti. All Théo Pourchaire needs to do is score, I believe, 4 points over Vesti, and he will be the champion. So let's say Frederick Vesti in this sprint race, doesn't finish in the points for whatever reason. If Théo Pourchaire then scores 4 or more points, then Théo Pourchaire will be the champion of 2023. Realistically, though, given that Vesti is starting on the front row and Pourchaire is starting at 14th, the championship most likely will not be decided in the sprint race, and it will be decided most likely tomorrow in the feature race. But Pourchaire, because of the gap he's got, and, there's not that many points on offer, not enough points on offer for Vesti to realistically swing the championship his way, unless Théo has a complete disaster of a weekend and Frederick Vesti has an amazing weekend. Realistically, as long as Théo finishes in the points in both the sprint and the feature race, even if Vesti beats him in both races, Théo Pourchaire should, comfortably still win the F2 championship. Iwasa, in third place, only 14 points clear of Jack Doohan. Doohan, I think, does have a good chance of overtaking Iwasa the third, which would be a great end to the season. Doohan has been probably the best driver in the second half of the season in Formula 2, which is a really good omen for next year, even though next year is going to be super competitive, Formula 2, with the a couple new great drivers coming onto the grid, such as Kimi Antonelli. Victor Martins just behind doing in 5th. And then you got Oliver Behrman just behind, a point behind in 6th. Enzo Fittipaldi 7th. Dennis Hauger 8th. Richard Verschoor in 9th. And Zane Maloney in P10. But yeah, realistically, Teo Pourchaire should win the championship in this particular race weekend. Obviously, the final weekend. Whether it will happen in the sprint race, we'll see. But again, given where Vesti is on the grid compared to Pourchaire, 12 positions higher, Vesti, realistically, Vesti should be able to stop Teo from celebrating today. Before, though, we get into the F2 sprint race, just want to update you guys as to the next 2 live streams on the channel. So, tomorrow I will be live at 11 a.m. UK time for the final race watch-along of 2023, for the 2023 Abu Dhabi Grand Prix, of course. Live, 2 hours before lights out at 11 a.m. for the race preview, then the race watch-along, and a reaction afterwards for a bit as well. And then, a couple days later, on Tuesday night, I will be live at 7 p.m. UK time for a full review of the 2023 Formula 1 season. And as I said, in tomorrow's stream, I will give you guys a bit more updates as to what the plan basically is for my winter break content. I did do, though, a community post on my channel a couple weeks ago, basically outlining the plan. So, if you want to go back and find that, then make sure to do so. It was from a couple weeks ago. Yeah, these are the next 2 pieces of content coming your way. And if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this, because, of course, we will be keeping you bang up to date with everything going on in Formula 1 over the winter and, of course, next season as well. And make sure, if you haven't already, to smash that like button. We're on 54 likes. Let's try and get up to 60 plus likes if we can in the next few minutes. But what I'll do is read out a final few comments, and then we will get into this F2 sprint race. The sprint race, by the way, will be 23 laps around the Yas Marina circuit. Not very far away now. Papa Woody says, if you think about it at the moment, it is shit that Red Bull is so dominant, because if Ferrari, Merc, and McLaren had their shit together, we would be in a golden age. Yeah. I mean, people like to do it, and they've done it before with other dominant teams. What if Red Bull were not on the grid? We would have a pretty exciting. We would have had a pretty exciting 2023. We would have had McLaren winning a few races, Ferrari winning some races, Mercedes winning some races, Aston Martin winning some races. Probably a couple more podiums for Alpine. Yeah, it would have been a great season, but it's the job of definitely Ferrari and Mercedes, especially, to get up to Red Bull's level. And with Ferrari, we know they can get up to Red Bull's level because we saw in 2022 that they were as quick as Red Bull, if not quicker, first half of that year. And we know Mercedes, really should be capable of more. Yeah, we'll see what happens with that next season. But yeah, if you did a what-if scenario, definitely this season would be a really great season if Red Bull weren't around. Mickey saying, thanks for the content, mate. No problem. Hope you're enjoying it. Yeah. Another couple more minutes, and then we'll go on to the watch-along screen to get into this F2 sprint. And then just to update you guys as well, as soon as the F2 sprint race is done, we will then be getting straight into the hours build-up to qualifying here at the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. So, yeah, as soon as we're done with the F2, we'll be getting straight into qualifying. And my final thoughts in regards for that, the F2 intro is just currently playing through. Hopefully find out today whether we're going to have a new champion in Formula 2. Either the Sauber Academy driver of Teo Porcher or the Mercedes Academy driver, the young Dane of Frederick Vesti. Both drivers have had good seasons. Vesti I've been very surprised by. I'd probably say Porcher's had the better season, but I have been surprised by how good Vesti has turned out to be this year. And I do, with Frederick Vesti, I don't think he's, good enough to be a Formula One driver, but I do think he is better than people give him credit for. He's not, the best on the Formula 2 grid, but I think he, once he's done with Formula 2, whether that's, next year or the year after, I think he would make a very good, Formula E or even World Endurance Championship driver with Frederick. Because he's been consistently good driver. Dane had a couple, obviously, practice outings for Mercedes this season. One of them, I think, was in Mexico, and the other one was practice one yesterday. Yeah, let's now get into this sprint race. And let me just get rid of that and get this up. So there you go. That is your top 20. You will notice a new name at the bottom there. Colapinto. Franco Colapinto, I think his name is. I think... let me just make sure of this. I'm just trying to make sure I get this information right. Yeah. Franco Colapinto, obviously, this is his first ever weekend in Formula 2. He has this season been racing in Formula 3 for MP Motorsport, and Franco finished 4th in the championship and is a decent driver. He's only 20 years old, from Argentina. So we'll see what he can do. As also, just outside of the top 20, as... Teo Porcher will be investigated after the race, failing to follow race director's instructions for a practice start infringement. Goes from bad to worse for Porcher, and Frederick Vesti will be loving that, especially if he gets a penalty. What I was going to say is, outside of the top 20, you've got two more cars. One of them is Paul Aron, the Mercedes Academy driver, who has also been racing in Formula 3 this year and will be on the F2 grid in 2024 permanently. Let's go on to the F2 pictures here. Yeah, they're just going through the starting grid now. And I'll just see if there's any mistakes on my end as they play through what the order is. I don't think it's going to be, but yeah, the top 20 order is Fittipaldi on pole, Vesti second, Hadjar third, Vashaw fourth, Hauger fifth, Iwasa sixth, Maloney seventh, Miney 8th, Martins 9th, Doohan 10th, Juan Manuel Correa 11th, Nissany 12th, Arthur Leclerc, that's Charles Leclerc's younger brother, 13th, Teo Porcher 14th, Roman Stanek 15th, Ralph Boschung 16th, Oliver Behrman 17th, Amaury Cordial in 18th, Jack Crawford 19th, Franco Colapinto 20th, 21st is Paul Aron, and then 22nd is Joshua Mason, as the formation lap has begun. Let me just get the position there of the lap counter, and there you go. Yeah, 23 lap race. As well, just to let you guys know, um, in case you are new to the channel, normally with the as old Paul Aaron in the Trident has not got away. He's still stuck on the grid, so I wonder if he'll have an extra formation lap. Hopefully he gets away in the next minute or so. Yeah, with the F2 order, unfortunately, and I will try and get this set up for next year, I am unable to move the order around as quickly as I do with the F1 order. And the reason that is because I do it via a, what is it, like a code thing. And I can, just click on the names and it'll move them either up or down. Unfortunately, can't do that with this. So I'll have to type the names into certain positions instead. But like I said, for next year when I cover Formula 2, I will fix that so that I can display the names. Well, not display the names, but I can. What do you call it? I can. What am I trying to fucking say? So I can, move the order around quicker. There you go. Has Enzo Fittipaldi, the young man, on pole on the medium compound tire. Of course, the sprint race, you don't have to pit. Looks like pretty much everyone is on a medium compound tire. Yeah, Frederick Vesti, if he can get past Fittipaldi as soon as possible, he should be able to pull away. Not by a massive amount of time, but by, a decent amount per lap. And if Vesti can win the sprint race and Pourchaire doesn't score a point, then sets him up well for maybe swinging around the championship in his favour tomorrow. As now the top half of the grid lining up. Start of this F2 sprint. And even though this is the final F2 weekend, it is good to have Formula 2 back. I've got to say, a real joke that we had a 2.5 month break from the last F2 round at Monza. But we are back, and we might be finding out in the next 45 minutes who the Formula 2 champion for 2023 will be, as the cars are now lined up. And will the lights be on? Yes, they are. 2 lights, 3, 4, and 5 lights. And it's go in Formula 2. And someone in the background, I think Paul Aaron, and once again has not got away. It's Vesti up the inside of Fittipaldi into turn 1. Fittipaldi going to still go round the outside. And he does. And does he keep the position? I think he does. Great racing between Fittipaldi and Vesti. Side by side through turn 1, 2, and 3. Thankfully, no collisions. As the, I think, Iwasa and Maloney in just in the background, getting quite close. Yellow flag, sector 1. Sector 3, that'll be because of Aaron's car. It's still stuck on the grid as Vesti passed Fittipaldi at the hairpin. And we're now 3 and almost 4 wide down to the chicane. And Vesti is now down in 3rd, if not 4th position. He's lost out so much down that straight. What a disaster for the Dane. As it's now, I don't know which Red Bull livery car. There's so many of them. I think it's Fittipaldi. Is it Fittipaldi? I'm not sure if he is in the lead. It's either Fittipaldi or it's Hadjar in the lead. But it's the 2 Red Bull livery cars. And then it is Richard for sure in 3rd with Frederick Vesti in 4th. As we have got a full safety car, and that will be for Paul Aaron's car, which is still stuck on the grid towards the end of lap 1 of 23. So, and yeah, actually no, Paul Aaron has got away, and it is Juan Manuel Correa who is out of the race, and Arthur Leclerc is down in 22nd as well. So, no idea what happened there at the start. Hopefully we see a replay in a moment, as Aaron's car has been pulled into... Oh, no, that's Arthur Leclerc. That's been... That's in the pit lane. trying to have his car restarted, possibly. I'm not quite sure. Yeah, we do have a safety car. They're not showing what the order is right now, so I can't update it yet. Sorry about that. Once they properly start showing it, though, I'll be able to show you guys on my end what the order is. Right, there you go. So Fittipaldi leads, and then it is Hadjar in second. Richard Verschoor is third. Richard Verschoor been very busy as of late. He was racing in Macau last week. Don't know how he did, but good to see him racing there nonetheless. Vesti, yeah, is fourth. Hauger fifth. Iwasa sixth. Doohan, what a start for him, from 10th up to 7th. And then you've got Miney 8th. Teo Porcher, brilliant start for him, despite him being investigated after the race. He is up to 9th place. And then in 10th, you have Zane Maloney. And now we're seeing a replay of the start, so I'll correct the rest of the order when I can. Yeah, Aaron at the back didn't get going. Vesti had a very similar start to what Lewis Hamilton had here a couple years ago. Instantly had the inside line. Fittipaldi, though, brilliant driving to keep the outside line and go round the outside of Vesti in turn 2. Brave stuff. Here's a replay of what happened from Teo Porcher's point of view. And yeah, Correa, I think maybe, did he get tagged by someone? Can't quite see. Maybe even just hit the bump through the middle of turn 3. Spun around, and Teo Porcher did well to deal with that. Is a replay of Jack Doohan's start. Doohan actually had a pretty bad start. And then, I'm guessing, just got a bit lucky with the placement of his car as to what happened with Correa. As, yeah, it goes round the outside. And, yeah, I think Correa might have tagged the back of Miney's car and then had an incident on his own. Here's a replay of Vesti losing 3 positions into 1 corner. At the start of that long straight, going into turn 6, he was first, and at the end of it, he was 4th. That is Formula 2 for you in a nutshell. Yeah, great from Enzo. Fittipaldi to get back into the lead. So good start for Isaac Hadjar. Is a replay of Iwasa's start. Started 6th, still in 6th place. Looks like it was a bang average start from him. Did have a car off his inside, but yeah, did he hold it around the outside? Well, went round the outside into turn 2. Great stuff from Iwasa, who we know is one of the fan favourites in this series. Yeah, Correa, his car clearly stalled and stuck in the middle of the track, and hopefully they can get that car cleared away. As, let me just update that we are now on lap 3, still under safety car conditions. I think they have now cleared, though, the car away of Correa. So your top 10 is Fittipaldi, Hadjar, Verschoor, Vesti, Hauger, Iwasa, not Iwasa, Doohan, Miney, Porcher, and Maloney. And then 11th, we've got Roman Stanek. And then in 12th is Martins, who's had a poor start. He started in 9th. Then 13th is Ollie Behrman. Good start for the Brit, who we know can do better than what he did in qualifying. Behrman 13th. 14th, as Martins and Correa noted for a collision. Maybe it was Martins who did that to Correa. Nissany in 14th. 15th is Jack Crawford. And then 16th is Cordial. Safety car still out, and I don't think it's going to come in at the end of this lap. So yeah, Cordial 16th. Mason benefited well. He's now up to 17th. 18th is Franco Colapinto. 19th is Ralph Boschung. And then 20th, I'm not sure if we have a 20th runner. I'll put Leclerc, obviously Arthur Leclerc, in 20th, because I think he's most likely going to be the one that is still running, but it might not be him. We'll find out. But yeah, safety car still out as we are now on lap 4 of 23. A safety car should be in at the end of this lap. But yeah, disaster for Vesti. But I think Vesti, they just showed a long radio message that he received from the team, basically saying it's a long race. Just get your head down and, pick them off one by one. As the live drivers' championship, Vesti scoring 5 points currently. Pourchaire in ninth, scoring 1 point. That would put the gap down to 21 points. But if Vesti can win and Pourchaire does not improve on ninth, then of course that puts the gap down to what? Around or just over 15 points. And it would make it maybe not an impossibility tomorrow that Frederick Vesti can win the F2 title. Safety car continues on, as that is Arthur Leclerc unlapping himself. And he was actually, I think, did I say he was noted for a safety car infringement? I think I may have done. But yeah, he is, I think, in 20th place, but I don't know that for sure. We will find out very soon. Drivers continuing to warm their tyres up, and surely this will be the final four behind the safety car. As still no sign that the safety car is coming in at the end of this lap, which is surprising, I have to say. Yeah, no message to say that the safety car is coming in. So it looks like the safety car will be staying out another lap. I don't know why though, because the car, Correa's car looks to be cleared away. Actually, I know why. It is because they're letting Leclerc unlap himself so he can rejoin the back of the pack. Something that obviously should have happened 2 years ago. Formula 1. Let's not open that can of worms. But yeah, this should be now definitely the final lap behind the safety car, as Maloney and Iwasa noted for forcing another driver off the track. So we'll see if anything comes of that in the rest of this particular Grand Prix. But yeah. Yeah, safety car in at the end of this lap. 18 laps, hopefully, of green flag racing. As also, one thing I wanted to say about Formula 2 is, of course, I am going to be doing my season review on Tuesday night for Formula 1, but I will also be doing a season review, a part season review for Formula 2 as well in that stream. I do want to touch on some drivers and, how some drivers I thought performed and some notable performances through the season. So we will touch on the Formula 2 season as a whole on Tuesday night. Sun dipping even lower as the temperature continues to drop. Good to see, by the way, a packed house for this F2 race. Not completely sold out necessarily for this F2 race, but a lot of fans watching nonetheless, which is really good to see. And it is really good that the organisers have put Formula 2, the sprint race in between practice 3 and qualifying, because it does help the viewing figures of the series. The only thing I think they need to do is move the feature race a bit closer on time to the start of the F1 race, because it is a bit too big, the gap between the feature race on a Sunday and the start of the F1 race on the Sunday. As Fittipaldi now lets go and goes into the final corner and leads by a few tenths of a second, as we are back underway on lap 6 of 23. And your top 10 is Fittipaldi, Hadjar, Vershaw, Vesti, Hauger, Iwasa, Doohan, Miney, Pourchaire, and Maloney. Let's see who's going to be making moves. Early laps after the safety car has come in, as like a car getting close to another through turn 3, and I think we're seeing Oliver Behrman trying to go round the outside, and yes, he does, of Roy Nissany. And now this is Frederick Vesti side by side with Richard Vershaw down to turn 6, and he's got the inside line. Surely Vesti will take the position, and he does, as Doohan and Iwasa close through the chicane, and Doohan having to jump the chicane. I wonder who will be ahead eventually in that little battle, as Behrman, by the way, is ahead of Martins in 12th, as Vesti and Vershaw still side by side. Will Vesti hold the inside line? I think he does. Yes, he does, as Iwasa is back ahead of Doohan. But that is very important for Frederick Vesti's race up into 3rd, and now needs to get after the high tech of Hadjar. As here's a replay of Doohan and Iwasa at the turn 6-7 chicane. Doohan at the outside line, and yeah, Doohan jumping the chicane, but Iwasa definitely did not force him off, as Iwasa in 6th place again, as we are now on lap 7. So it's Fittipaldi, Hadjar, Vesti, Vershaw, Helga, Iwasa, Doohan, Miney, Pourchaire, Maloney. Behrman now up to 11th. What a race he's having so far, the very young Brit, only 18 years old. Definitely one of the biggest talents out there. Stanek in 12th. Martins in 13th. Actually, not in 13th. Crawford now 13th. So Victor Martins in the ART. Having a disaster of a race here. So Martins in 14th. It is, as we've got side by side there. Who was that? Oh, that's Crawford and Martins. Martins trying to come back at Crawford, but Crawford keeping the position. Nissany now down in 15th. Actually, not down in 15th, as Nissany has passed Martins, as Doohan into, I think it's turn 10, gets past Iwasa. So Doohan, who of course so quick yesterday in qualifying and took pole for the feature race, already up to 6th. He is the driver to look out for here. As yeah, we've got Cordial in 16th, Mason 17th, Colapinto 18th, Paul Aaron in 19th, and 20th is Ralph Oshung. As we are on lap 8, as Martins has pit, so I wonder if he's got an issue or whether they're just going to try something different, as Frederick Vesti does the fastest lap of the race. And yep, new front wing for Victor Martins. So clearly that contact with him and Correa is why he was suffering so bad. Lap 8, 23. So let me update that it is now Nissany 14th, as Teo Pourchaire down the inside at turn 6 on Kushmini, and Teo up to 8th position, heading for 2 championship points currently. Pourchaire 8th, Miney 9th, and then yeah, Nissany now up to 14th, Cordial in 15th. 16th is Mason. 17th is Paul Aaron. Then 18th is Colapinto. Paul Aaron just passed Colapinto. Ralph Boschung is 19th, and then 20th is Victor Martins. Actually, no, Arthur Leclerc is 20th, and Arthur Leclerc has actually got the fastest lap of this sprint race so far, as we're now on lap 9 of 23. 15 full laps to go here in the sprint. And Frederick Vesti now within a second of Hadjar, just 0.7 of a second behind. Hadjar does not have DRS assistance from Fittipaldi ahead, so Vesti in a great position and really should overtake the high tech. Now come down the first DRS zone, and the F2 cars not gaining a massive amount with DRS, I have to say. As looking back through the field, got some good battles as Terry Porcher now shaping up for a move on Iwasa, forcing Iwasa to defend through the chicane. Does he get a better exit? He does, but is it good enough for him to maybe overtake at the end of the next DRS zone? As Vesti still close to Hadjar, but Terry Porcher trying to have a go at Iwasa, and Iwasa, I think, goes possibly off the track. And yeah, Terry Porcher is up to 7th place. So this is going very well for our championship leader. So Porcher 7th. Iwasa having a bit of a disaster. 8th place as Enzo Fittipaldi does the fastest lap. Enzo had I'll say a pretty good season in the Carlin. And I think it's a pretty handy driver, is Enzo. And definitely can see him having a good career in motorsport. Yeah, he's had a good F2 season as Enzo. Definitely good in the second half of the season. As Vesti gets a good exit from the hairpin. And he's going to be in a good position now down first DRS zone to at least attempt an overtake on Isaac Hadjar, who defends early to the inside. Vesti surely just got to try the switchback here. Hadjar is going to try and cover that off. It doesn't really do a good enough job of doing that, as surely Vesti will now overtake Isaac Hadjar. Up to the end of the second DRS. He's going to go for the outside line. Ambitious, but a brilliant move by the Dane. And Frederick Vesti up to second and just over 2 seconds behind Fittipaldi. Let's see if Vesti can catch Fittipaldi and take the all-important sprint win. There you go. Vesti up to second position. As just saw someone under investigation there. Didn't quite see it though. As trying to see if we've got any other position changes. And we don't. As we're now on lap 11 of 23. And the live championship standings. Vesti scoring 8 points. Porcher scoring 2. Vesti at the moment cutting the gap down to 19 points. Remember though, Teo Porcher is under investigation after this race for failing to follow the race director's instructions when it comes to the, practice start procedure. So Porcher may have a good race here, but that doesn't mean he's going to get anything out of this event in the end. Find out after this what happens with that. But Vesti not really catching Fittipaldi that quickly on this current lap. As Ralph Boschung just overtaken Colapinto. for 18th place. Let me just update that. Watchalong 18th and Colapinto in 19th. And yeah, Vesti lapping at about the same speed on this lap as Fittipaldi. But thankfully for Vesti, he is pulling away from Hadjar. Vesti does do the fastest lap, but again, it's not that much quicker than what Fittipaldi is doing out front. Around lap 12 of 23, a 139.1 for Frederick Vesti. As the next battle to look out for is Richard Verschoor fighting for third place against Isaac Hadjar. And Verschoor is only 0.8 of a second behind as they now come onto the first DRS zone. Also, Dennis Hauger in fifth, about a second behind. So the battle for the podium hotting up. As Vesti, I think, just did a purple first sector. So let's see if Vesti can properly get on with it. As we're now looking at Maloney in 10th place, who is closely following Miney, who is not too far behind Iwasa, who's having a bit of a disaster and is now at the front of, or is basically causing a train, is Iwasa. As Vesti really starting to take time out of Fittipaldi now. The gap down to 2 seconds. It was 2.3 seconds at the start of lap 12. So that time is coming down. Airport chair, thankfully for Vesti, is not able at the minute to make up any more positions. But Richard Verschoor looks like he is definitely onto Isaac Hadjar for this final podium position. As Vesti does the fastest lap, a 138.9 on lap 13 of 23. Yeah, that gap is coming down. Let's see how quickly, though, it will come down in the next 10 laps or so. As the next possible victim for Pourchaire is Jack Doohan. But the issue for Pourchaire is Doohan has been quicker this weekend. Doohan, well, as of recent, has probably been in better form. It'll be tough for the Frenchman, as here comes Verschoor and Hadjar. Hadjar defending to the inside. Verschoor will now do the switchback. And does he get a better exit? He does, and surely the Dutchman will overtake. He now goes for the outside line in the second DRS zone, and yes, he gets it done. And the Van Amersfoort car is up into the podium position. Good drive from Richard Verschoor, one of the more experienced Formula 2 drivers. And then, yeah, Isaac Hadjar now down to fourth and looks like he's probably going to be dropping through the field. Isaac has just seen Joshua Mason up to 15th place ahead of Amaury Cordial. Let me just update that as we are now on lap 14 and we have got 10 full laps remaining of this sprint. And Vesti has got the gap down to Fittipaldi to just 1.7 seconds as Hadjar in fourth has now got Hauger only 0.4 of a second behind as they come into the hairpin. And yeah, Hadjar, I think it's going to be falling back through the field quite quickly as Hauger gets a good run on the exit of the hairpin and surely will have a good run at the high tech into the chicane. As will he go for the inside line? No. Surprised he didn't go for that. Dennis. As Victor Martins now does the fastest lap, a 138.9. A shame that he made contact with Correa. As I don't know what Hauger is, I think maybe just tearing off something from his visor. Just saw though quickly, Zane Maloney has got up to rather ninth place ahead of Miney. Miney must have made a mistake because those two are now 2 seconds behind Iwasa. And Maloney in the other Carlin up to ninth place. Vesti has got the gap down to 1.5, 1.6 seconds. As yeah, Hauger, Doohan and Pourchaire right on the back of each other, of Isaac Hadjar, really, in this battle for fourth. As we are now on lap 15 of 23. As Hadjar looks like he's a bit further ahead of Hauger this lap coming into the hairpin than he was before. As I've got to say, Vesti, very quick, consistently very quick through that first sector. As the gap now already down to 1.3 seconds. As Hauger gets a good run on the high tech. Will he send it this time? Hadjar kind of defends his line, but not quite. Good defensive driving there. Made sure to kind of cover the line, but not do it to the point where he put himself in a worse position. As Hauger... No, not close enough. Going into the fast left-hander at the end of the second DRS zone. And the longer Hauger can't get past, the more frustrated Doohan and Pourchaire behind will get. So, do you think we could see some risky overtaking in the next few laps? As we're on lap 16, and Vesti now just 1.3 seconds behind Fittipaldi, and at this rate, Vesti is probably going to win this sprint race if he keeps this level of speed up. He's catching Fittipaldi at a couple tenths of a second at least per lap. As we're on board with Pourchaire through turn 3. Suffering in the dirty air behind Doohan. As time penalty. 10-second time penalty for Arthur Leclerc for a safety car infringement, I believe. Yeah, safety car infringement for Arthur Leclerc. As they come down the straight to turn 6, but Hauger on this occasion is not close enough to force Hadjar to move anywhere off of the normal racing line. Hauger, we're now on board with him. The MP Motorsport driver who has had a solid but very unspectacular season. And definitely, I think in Formula 2, in general, not just this season, more was expected of him, but he unfortunately has not quite produced the goods as Dennis. But yeah, this season has been a solid, okay season from him. As on lap 17, Frederick Vesti just over a second behind Fittipaldi. So if Vesti has a good first sector, he should be able to start getting some DRS assistance to try and overtake Fittipaldi for the lead. As let me just mute myself quickly so I can just readjust my position because my body is all over the place. So just give me a second, guys. As into the hairpin, Hadjar still under pressure, but here we go. Vesti has the DRS. And he is closing on Fittipaldi, but he's not close enough yet to make a move. But surely in the next lap or so, he will get this move done. He's been consistently 2 to 3 tenths of a second quicker in the last few laps. So surely he can get this done. As Vesti getting close. And yeah, I think definitely shaping up he is for a move on lap 18 as he's crawling all over the gearbox of Fittipaldi. Doesn't need to send it quite yet, as not in that position really to have to do something like that, as Oliver Behrman has overtaken Miney for 10th. Behrman tries to get some sort of point from this event. And I've just seen that Paul Aron is up to 16th, with Cordeal now in 17th. As we are on lap 18 of 23, can Vesti get the move done on this lap? He's locked up into the hairpin, but not a terrible lockup. It's not going to cost him a massive amount of time. But he's not looking as close to Fittipaldi as he was the lap before. So, not quite got it right this lap so far to give himself a good run at Enzo. But, yeah. Surely, in the next couple laps, he will be able to get the move done. As in the background, Hauger was getting close to Hadjar, but yeah, Hadjar looks like he's kept ahead. As that battle for fourth still raging on. As here is a replay of, I presume, Vesti locking up into the hairpin. Actually, both cars locking up into the hairpin, and nothing was lost in the end between the two. But I just want to see if Hauger, did he overtake Hadjar for fourth? I don't think he would have. No, he didn't. So that battle still goes on as we're on lap 19. 5 full laps remaining at the Yas Marina circuit. Can Vesti take maximum points? Try and give himself a good chance tomorrow of taking the Formula 2 title. As Vesti down to the hairpin. Can he get himself closer than he did last time? Looks like he has. Not much closer, but closer. By half a tenth or so. And maybe that'll allow him to have a run. Maybe not into turn 6, but maybe in the second DRS zone as he closes in now into the chicane. Can he get a good exit, though? And, well, it's a better exit than last time. Whether it'll be good enough, I don't think so. As Fittipaldi on the radio being told that Vesti is taking a tighter line into turn 9. Which he is. And that is allowing Frederick to get a much better run through that corner. As Roy Nassani has just overtaken Jack Crawford for 13th place. And actually, Crawford has got back past as Leclerc, Arthur Leclerc, of course, is up to 19th. Yes, up to 19th place. Ahead of Colapinto. As we are on lap 20 of 23. Surely Vesti can get it done. As he has a good run here into the hairpin. How close can he get though on the exit as Fittipaldi locks up, but Vesti does not. And gets a much better exit than he did previously. Surely this is the time for Frederick Vesti to take the lead of the sprint. As Fittipaldi defends to the middle, but Vesti takes the inside line and is up into the lead. Will Fittipaldi, though, come back at him into turn 9? Let's see. As Fittipaldi did get a decent exit, considering what happened. And he's getting close, but not close enough. Frederick Vesti is into the lead and surely will win this F2 sprint race. which will allow him to cut the gap down to Pourchaire to about, what, 16, 17 points? And give himself a fighting chance tomorrow of winning the title, but only if Teo does not score a point tomorrow. Realistically, Teo has to score 0 points tomorrow for Vesti to have a chance, as Vesti is already over a second clear of Fittipaldi, as we are now on lap 21 with 3 full laps remaining of this sprint. And the battle behind the top 3 really heating up between Hadjar, Hauger, Doohan, and Pourchaire. Pourchaire needs the extra points if he can get it. See if he can. Come through turn 3, and Hauger, I think the problem is Hauger is just not being aggressive enough. He needs to be more aggressive, because if he does, that will then allow the others behind to make their way through. As Hauger does get, though, a great exit from the hairpin. And I think Hauger is going to make a move on Hadjar into turn 6 as Hadjar defends to the inside. Not quite to the inside, though, as Dennis Hauger takes the inside line. No, he doesn't. Way too early on the brakes, probably for his benefit, as Hadjar goes wide. And Hauger doesn't get as great of an exit as really should have got. As now up to the run of turn 9. Can Hauger get past? Will he go right round the outside? No. Maybe he'll go to the inside. Nope. Hadjar very nicely covers that off. And still defending is Isaac. And he keeps the cars just about behind, even though he's struggling to keep control of his car. Yeah, Hauger just not braking late enough. Way too early on the brakes into turn 6. I know Hadjar went a bit wider, but still should have been a bit later on the brakes. But we are on the penultimate lap. And there are still 2 or 3 more chances for Hauger to get 4th in this sprint. They come through turn 1, and Hauger needs to have a good turn 2 and 3 here if he's going to close the gap, the distance to the high tech. And he does get closer by a 10th, but let's see how it goes through the hairpin, because he got a lot closer to the hairpin last time. Did Hauger. And yeah, not as close on this occasion, but he will still be close enough to force Hadjar probably to defend. As Hauger comes down the first DRS zone. Will he send it? No, he's not going to. Again, it's not aggressive enough. He needs to send it. There's Hauger. Maybe he's waiting to the final lap to do that. I don't know, but him not quite being as aggressive, he's risking being overtaken by Doohan or even Pourchaire behind. As Hauger, still behind Hadjar on the exit of turn 9. Surely on the final lap, Hauger is going to send it if he has any sense about him. As Arthur Leclerc up to 18th, even though he's not going to finish there. And to be honest, I think I may as well just relegate Leclerc to 20th because he has that 10-second penalty. As we are on the final lap of the F2 sprint race. Let me just click us over. There you go. Lap 23 of 23. And yeah, just looking on the live championship there, Vesti at the minute is going to close the gap to 16 points. So remember, there is 25 points for a win in the feature race. And I know Vesti's starting 9th, but you never know. In Formula 2, what can happen? I mean, I don't think Vesti even needs to win tomorrow if Pourchaire doesn't score any points for Vesti to take the championship. As Hauger, will he send it on this occasion? He's later on the brakes, but he didn't really get close enough from the exit of the hairpin to have a go. As up to turn 9, is Hauger close enough to send it for 4th place? Hadjar defends to the middle. Helga kind of sends it. Hadjar goes a bit wider though. And as Helga took the position, yes, he has. And thankfully for Dennis Helga, Isaac Hadjar scared himself and went too wide. But here comes Frederik Vesti through the final corner, and he has done exactly what he needs to do to give himself every opportunity of winning his first and only F2 title as Frederik Vesti wins the sprint race. Brilliant drive. Enzo Fittipaldi, great drive from him as well. He finishes in second. Vachor finishes third. Hauger fourth. Hadjar fifth. Doohan sixth. Pourchaire seventh. Iwasa eighth. Maloney ninth. Behrman 10th. And then it will be Miney 11th. Stanek 12th. Crawford 13th. Nissani 14th. Mason 15th. Aaron 16th, Cordial 17th, Boschung 18th, Colapinto 19th, and Arthur Leclerc in, I think, 20th position. But yeah, great job by Vesti, and we'll see what he can do tomorrow. And even though Pourchaire and actually Martins has ended up finishing 20th, not Leclerc, if Pourchaire does get those couple points taken away from him, with this investigation after the race, then you never know, he might be able to pull off the seemingly impossible tomorrow in the feature race. We'll see how he does. But let me go back to that. Go back to that. Of course, we are not that far away now from qualifying getting underway. We are, I think, about 52 minutes away from the start of qualifying. Not very long, guys, until we are underway for the final qualifying session of the 2023 Formula One season. Let me get the timer ready, and as soon as we get to 13:08 my time, I'll get that timer on screen. But yeah, great drive from Vesti. And like I said, he's had a very good season, I think, Frederik. So, yeah, good to see him having a good sprint there. After what was it? An unlucky round at Monza where this gap was created. And there you go. 52 minutes remaining until the start. Qualifying. Here in, what do you call it? Here in United Arab Emirates. But let me just read out a couple comments quickly before we get into this build up to qualifying. And of course, remember guys, there is a poll running at the top of the live chat. Let me know in that poll, who do you think will take pole position for the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix? That poll will keep running until the start of Q3, which the start of Q3 will be in about an hour and 40 minutes from now. You've got plenty of time still to decide if you haven't quite decided in your mind who will take pole position. Right, let me just read a couple comments. Ganon says, we need a heart rate monitor F1 for F1 as well. Yeah, that would be great if we got that. As if you guys don't know, they have a what is it? I don't think it's called a heart rate monitor on the broadcast. I think it's called is it biometric intensity level? I think it's called. Yeah, it'd be nice if we had that in Formula One, but we'll see if that actually does happen. But Ramon's saying Doohan has the potential to be great, just too inconsistent at the moment. Yeah, this season, unfortunately, the first half of the year was very inconsistent. If he had in the first half of the season as good of a results as he's had in the second half of the season, Jack Doohan might be winning the championship this weekend. So, yeah, but there is next year, and if he can, be consistent next year and be at this level next year, you never know. He could win the F2 championship and then maybe be in Formula One in 2020. What do you call it? In 2025. But realistically, yeah, I don't think doing will make the Formula One grid, but you never know. Oh yeah, yeah. Uh, just so you know, Rook. I don't know if you knew this or you just forgot, but yeah, my Twitter account has been suspended for bullshit reasons. So yeah, no point advertising that anymore. But anyway, let's get into the teams and let's go team by team and look at how they all look going into qualifying here, Yas Marina circuit in Abu Dhabi. So starting off with Red Bull, even though they didn't show what their true pace was in practice 3, I still think they have got the best pace this weekend. Their car looks very good, and I think they are still the favourites. I think yesterday they showed a hint of what their true pace is, to be honest. Yeah, I'm still very confident in Red Bull. And Max Verstappen has took pole position at this track for the previous 3 years. So really, it should be Verstappen on pole position, given the recent history at this track. And this track really does suit the Red Bull car well. The Red Bull car does go at its absolute best around tracks with high-speed corners and a real, high-speed flow, which this track thankfully does have. So yeah, Max Verstappen, I'm 99% sure will be on pole position. Sergio Perez, though, be interesting to see where he ends up. My prediction for him is he will be on the front row with Max Verstappen. And that will be the first, if that was to end up that way, that'd be the first front row lockout for the Red Bull team in a very long time. Not quite sure when exactly that would be, if they do get that particular result. So, yeah, I think Perez, if you look at his pace this weekend, it's been pretty good. He was only what, a tenth or so away from Max in practice 2, and in practice 3 was only a tenth of a second away. So the pace is good for Perez, and if he keeps up that level of performance compared to Max, if Max is on pole, Perez shouldn't be very far away in second or even third place. But yeah, for me, Red Bull are the clear favourites for pole. We will find out whether truly they do have the pace to take the final pole position of the season. For Mercedes, yeah, a bit of a weird practice 3. Lewis Hamilton clearly struggling with the balance of the car, still quite a bit of understeer in the car, and 9/10 of a second pretty much he was away from George Russell, which is, yeah, really bad. And if he is that far away in qualifying, he will not be in Q3. Absolutely no chance. Yeah. Let's hope Mercedes can get on top of the setup issues for Hamilton in the or have they, still are getting on top of it, and hopefully by qualifying starting they will be on top of that, because really, in this fight for second in the championship, they need Lewis Hamilton to be at minimum in the top 10, even if he's had a poor qualifying. They cannot afford Hamilton to be 12th, 13th, on on the grid. That would be really bad for them to, score that second place. For George Russell, though, he is looking very competitive. Yeah, quickest in practice 3. Very similar type of session to what he had in practice 3 in Las Vegas, where he was very quick. I think the quickest there, and then ended up 4th on the grid. Maybe he'll do something similar to that here, but I would be surprised by that. And I still think Red Bull and Ferrari are quicker than them, because Red Bull and Ferrari didn't show their true hand, or as much of their hand, in practice 3 as Mercedes did. So if you're a Mercedes fan, I wouldn't go in with really that much expectation. Just go in, hoping for the best, and we'll see what happens. But I don't think, what do you call it? I don't think it's going to be, I don't think this is going to be a day where Mercedes are legitimately quick enough to take pole position. I don't think the pace is there, but I really hope I am proven wrong. My prediction for Mercedes is 7th and 9th, which I know sounds quite bad, but I do believe that Red Bull, Ferrari, and McLaren are quicker than them. We'll see if they prove me wrong. Next up, the Scuderia Ferrari team. Not a great day yesterday, of course, as you can see here with Carlos Sainz's car. And yeah, they did not show their true hand in practice 3. Their best lap time of the weekend was in practice 2, which was a 124.8, and Leclerc only did a 125.0 practice 3. So Ferrari definitely were not showing as much as we know they can. And definitely they will be one of the 2 quickest teams in qualifying. I'm pretty sure of that. I would be surprised if Mercedes were genuinely quicker around this track in qualifying trim. In the race, maybe it wouldn't be that much of a surprise if Mercedes ended up being quicker. But yeah, in quali trim, I think Ferrari really will have the upper hand on Mercedes. But whether Ferrari will have enough pace to get pole, I don't think the evidence has been there yet that they have enough pace for that. And I think because really of a lack of speed through Sector 1 and a bit through Sector 3, I just don't think Ferrari have got enough with this car to take pole position. And I think they'll be probably 2 to 3 tenths of a second away. And at best, 2nd and 4th on the grid. Maybe if Perez has a poor qualifying 2nd and 3rd, but I don't think Perez will have a poor qualifying. So yeah, my prediction for them is 3rd and 4th on the grid, which would be a good grid position, at least, to take 2nd in the championship away from Mercedes tomorrow. Let's now go on to McLaren. And yeah, at the end of practice 3, they did show a lot more speed. And if Lando Norris had not messed up his final corner, I think Lando would have just about gone quickest ahead of Russell. So there is more pace in the McLaren. I do think they are slightly quicker than Mercedes. So yeah, if you're a McLaren fan, I wouldn't be too concerned of the pace of the McLaren at the moment. But yeah, the only concern I would have is Oscar Piastri. Been quite slow this weekend. Was half a second off Lando in practice 2, and then was 3 tenths of a second off in practice 3. Don't know why that is. There's no real excuse for him being that far off. He has experience at this track. Very good here in Formula 2. Yeah, I don't quite understand why Oscar has been so far off. Maybe he's just warming up to, what he's ultimately going to do in qualifying. Let's hope that's the case. But yeah, Lando has been clearly a lot quicker than Piastri. But I am going for a 3rd row lockout for McLaren, but I will admit I wouldn't be surprised if Russell did at least split the 2 McLarens, because it is that close between McLaren and Mercedes over a single lap. But now, let's go on to the midfield teams, and then I'll come to you guys in the chat. And also, in a few minutes' time, I need to send the link of the stream back out, so I'll make sure to try and do that. Aston Martin, not looking good for them. They weren't very quick yesterday, and it looked even worse for them in what you call it, in what was I going to say? It looked even worse for them in practice 3. They ended up, I think, 14th and 15th is where they were. And they were a lot slower than not just the front running teams, but also Williams were a lot quicker than them. Alpine were a lot quicker. Alfa Romeo looked quicker. And Aston Martin genuinely looked like one of the slowest teams here for qualifying, which is really bad. Really, really bad. Because this track should be a decent enough track for them. there's no real excuses for them to have, a really bad, day at the office. But at the minute, it does look like that is probably going to happen for them, which is unfortunate to say the least. So yeah, Aston Martin, I don't really have any hope for them. I think Lance Stroll, probably given his form this season in qualifying, will be knocked out in Q1. Fernando Alonso, I think, will probably make it into Q2, but I don't think Fernando's going to be quick enough, really, to get into to Q3. Sorry, and the reason I say that is because not because necessarily Fernando is not quick enough, but that car is not good enough to be in the top 10. Maybe even not good enough to be in the top 10 for the race. We'll find that out tomorrow. But yeah, I've lost all hope with this team. It's been even though, yeah, last season they finished in 7th and now they're in 5th. As far as I'm concerned, this has been a disaster of a season for this team, especially with the aspirations this team has. Alpine, pretty good practice 3. Esteban Ocon looked pretty decent, but the only negative is they were slower than Williams, which is a surprise because after yesterday, it looked like Alpine were a lot quicker than the Williams team. So maybe Alpine will work on that, improve, and maybe end up quicker than Williams in qualifying. But it looks okay, I would say, for the Alpine team. They'll be in the fight for the top 10. They'll probably get a car into the top 10. But I don't think they're going to be, super strong, Alpine. My prediction for them is Pierre Gasly to make the top 10 and to end up in 10th place. I am still going to stick with that because Gasly has been in qualifying as of late a lot quicker than Esteban Ocon, even though Ocon was very quick in practice 3. Yeah, I think Alpine will be decent, but nothing special. Hopefully I'm wrong. Williams, though, after practice 3, looked really, really competitive. Both cars in the top 10. Alex Albon ending up in 4th place and doing a 124.8, was it? A 124.9, something like that. Very competitive from Williams. A lot better than what we saw yesterday. So yeah, looking very good for Williams. And if my prediction for what's going to happen today is going to be proven wrong, Williams are going to be one of those teams that will prove me wrong because they looked so much better today than they did yesterday. And of course, my predictions that I've done for qualifying, I based really off of what we saw yesterday. So yeah, Williams, the dark horse, I would say, for qualifying. Alex Albon, of course, has had a great season. We must watch out for him, especially in qualifying this season. He's been really, really good. Logan Sargent as well, looking good. Closer to Albon than usual. So, yeah, watch out for Williams. I think they are likely to be the surprise team of the session. AlphaTauri don't look that competitive. Tsunoda was in the top 10, but I don't think AlphaTauri really have a chance of being in the top 10. Their car, handling-wise, just doesn't look like it's on the same level as an Alpine or a Williams so far. They look like they're going to be one of the slowest teams here, unfortunately. So yeah, the best thing I can see is maybe them getting one car into Q2, but I don't really have much hope for this team. Alfa Romeo were very competitive yesterday, as we saw. Valtteri Bottas was up in, I think, 4th place. Zhou Guanyu was in 7th. I think Bottas will get into the top 10. We have to remember Bottas, the lap time he did in in FP3 was not as quick as what he did in FP2. So there is more pace definitely in the Alfa Romeo. But as well, with Valtteri, what is going to be the key is not only as of late has he been very quick in qualifying, but around this track has regularly been fast in qualifying. So I think Valtteri Bottas will be definitely one of the drivers to look out for. And I am still going to stick with my prediction that Valtteri Bottas will split the two Mercedes and qualify in 8th place. We'll see if that does happen. I really hope it does. Would be great to see Bottas up there. And let's hope that Zhou Guan Yu can have a good end to the season after what was a disaster of a weekend in Vegas. But yeah, Alfa Romeo, they've got a lot more pace in the bag than what they showed in practice 3. No doubt about it. And finally, Haas F1. And yeah, Haas will be one of, if not the slowest team in qualifying, and are going to end the season with a horror show of a weekend, I think. There's just no real pace there. And the handling of the car looks pretty bad, I must say. But before we go on to, or well, get into qualifying, what I'm going to do for the next half an hour is read out your comments, guys, in the live chat. So keep them coming. Let me know, what do you think is going to happen in qualifying in 33.5 minutes time? And I'll get to your comments. Of course, the poll is still running, and it will keep running for the next hour and 15 minutes. Before I get on to your comments, though, just one thing I need to do, which is post the link of the stream out on my community tab. So let me just quickly do that. And then we'll get on to your comments. So come join us here to watch along the final qualifying session of 2023 in Abu Dhabi. And there you go. And hold on. But something else. Right. So that's all posted. And yeah, let me know in the chat for the next half an hour, what do you think is going to happen in qualifying? Just wanted to say as well, though, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this. Because, of course, next season, we will be doing plenty of content for the Formula 1 season of 2024. Watch-alongs, previews, reviews, all of that stuff. Plus some streams in between races and recorded videos coming as well. So make sure to subscribe to the channel if you want to keep bang up to date with everything going on in Formula 1. For the rest of this year and in 2024 as well. And if you have not hit the like button yet, make sure to do so. We're on 73 likes. Let's try and get up to 80 plus likes if we can in the next few minutes. But yeah, only half an hour remaining. And get into what your thoughts are before we are underway. And as I said at the top of the stream, qualifying has been normally more exciting than the races this year. So maybe that will continue one final time this year. Vinster saying I was distracted. Who won the sprint? It was Frederick Vesti who won the sprint. Bravamol saying Oscar does have a history of pulling a hat out the bag when needed. I think that's the wrong wording there. Pulling a hat out of a rabbit. Yeah, that's another. Oh god. Yeah, I know what you mean though. I mean, we saw it in definitely in Japan a couple months ago, where I mean Piastri's pace looked decent, but we didn't expect him to be on the front row of the grid. Then did what he did. Had a brilliant race weekend in total. Did Oscar? Yeah, good debut season for Oscar. Not amazing, not the best debut season ever, like some people out there somehow try to claim. The best debut season ever will always be Lewis Hamilton's in 2007. I don't think anyone will ever come close to that. But yeah, it's been a great year. And who knows what he'll do next year. Left Terrace says Mercedes is truck. And then also says Ferrari is Fiat. That is true. Factually true. Mickey saying, I fear Lewis will be knocked out in Q2. Yeah, it is. I mean, it definitely is possible. Good to see Frank in the chat saying how the turntables. But yeah, if what do you call it? For everybody watching, make sure if you haven't already, to post your top 3 or top 5 qualifying prediction in the chat, and then yeah, I will read out. Guys, have to say in regards to what you think is going to happen in qualifying. In the meantime, whilst we wait for qualifying to start, I'm watching the football for the time being. Annoyingly, massive football match on at the same time as the F1, which thankfully won't be a thing happening until March. But yeah, let's hear what you guys have to say. Perpetual says, will Verstappen struggles continue? Yeah, Sky F1 were just talking up Verstappen's struggles. I think they were making something out of nothing, really. I don't think Verstappen was really struggling that much. I mean, yeah, not perfect a session. There were a couple, little issues, but the end result is going to be the same, isn't it? Realistically. So, yeah. Hold on a minute. Right. Let's have a look at some more comments. Rooksfoot says, I think Sainz is the dark horse in this quali. I'd be surprised if he was that. I mean, if you look at Carlos Sainz and what he's done at this track before, he's had some good races here, but he's never really been that good in qualifying. So, yeah, I'm not really expecting anything from Carlos, I have to say, in qualifying. Mickey says Max first, Perez second, Leclerc third, Norris fourth, Russell fifth. Top 5. I'm not too disagreeing with that. Bravamore says Jacques Villeneuve might have been better than Lewis. I disagree with I disagree with that. I mean, yeah, Villeneuve's debut season was also very good, but Villeneuve, had a much better car in 96 than Hamilton had. Though that Williams car in 96 was the best car on the grid by a clear margin, when the McLaren that Hamilton had was basically equal with the Ferrari car. And as well, the competition that Lewis had, I think, was stronger to try and win that championship. I know, Villeneuve, there were some races where he was fighting Michael Schumacher, but Michael Schumacher was never really in the title fight, and then ended up, of course, Villeneuve. He lost it in '96 to Damon Hill, his teammate. But Hamilton had to fight against Fernando Alonso, 2-time champion, and obviously Kimi Räikkönen as well. So yeah, I'd say definitely Hamilton, the greatest debut season ever, and I'd be amazed if we saw a debut season as good or better. Really ever in Formula One history. Vinster says he thinks it will be Leclerc, Verstappen, Perez, Russell, and Norris. Perpetual says Russell, Norris, Charles, Max. Astro Stevo saying Verstappen, Leclerc, Piastri, Norris, Sainz. Yeah, looks like most of you going for Max. Perpetual going for a bit of a surprise prediction of Russell on pole, which again I don't think is likely. But you never know what can happen. That's the great thing about Formula One is some days you do get, a real surprise. And I mean, this season, I know Red Bull have won every race but one so far, and it's probably going to end that way this year, where Ferrari are going to be the only team to have won a race, other than Red Bull. But we have had a few weekends where we've had surprises. It's not like it's been no surprises ever this season. And even though Red Bull have dominated, the gap from the second best team at any part of the season, down to the worst team has been not that big, really, at all during the season. So, yeah, it's not been maybe as uncompetitive a season as maybe some people would like to make out. I mean, we've seen Williams regularly cause surprises. We've seen Alpine on the podium twice, which I don't think anyone really expected this season. Nobody expected McLaren to make the jump that they have. And I don't think realistically we thought Lando Norris would end up with so many podiums this season. So, and obviously what Aston Martin did in the first 7-8 races of the year, nobody expected coming into 2023. So it's not been as bad of a season as people make out. It's not been the worst F1 season ever, but because of how Red Bull have dominated, yeah, it's not been a good season in terms of entertainment. I will agree with that. But yeah, as I was saying earlier, if you remove Red Bull from the equation, let's say in an alternate universe there was only 9 teams on the grid and Red Bull were not one of them, this season would have been a very, very exciting season. We would have had, again, Aston Martin winning a few races, Ferrari winning a few races, Mercedes winning a few races, McLaren winning a few races, and we'd have a 4-way fight for the championship. So, yeah. Frank Trigg says Piastri, Sainz, Verstappen is top 3. Brothermore says they don't get the track time in testing anymore like Lewis had anymore either. That is true, but I don't think that has as much of an effect on the performance of a rookie necessarily as much as people think it does. I mean, it does help, but I don't think it helps as much as people think. Because at the end of the day, if you are a special talent like Lewis Hamilton, you will deliver anyway, even with not as much testing time. Perpetual saying it'll be fun if Russell and Norris are close to each other, then we can see how capable they are to challenge Max. True. Frank Trigg says Max was saying after practice 3 that the balance of his car was awful. Yeah, it wasn't great, but I do think that they'll get on top of that problem because Red Bull, they normally do. So, yeah. The car in practice 3 might not have been, handling very well, but it doesn't mean that's going to be the case in qualifying because, of course, they still have, another 20 minutes to, get the setup absolutely right on the Red Bull. And, of course, they've got great engineers and mechanics there to, to get those things done. Miss Bennett work, I think that says. Russell, Norris, Hamilton, Leclerc, Verstappen is their top 5 prediction. Astro Stevens saying, "Yep, what a season we would have had if Max hadn't been racing in it." Max is a thief of joy. Well, all of the the all-time greats tend to be like that. I mean, people used to do it when Lewis Hamilton was dominating. They'd, do a, what if Lewis and Mercedes were not dominating? And I'm sure people thought the same back when Michael Schumacher was, in the early to mid 2000s. So, yeah. Let me read out some more comments here if I can. Mickey says, I see the top 10 all within 6/10 of each other. I'd be surprised if it was that close. I think probably from first to 10th place, you're probably going to see about a second from first to 10th. I'd be surprised if it was, only just over half a second. That'd be, quite the shock. Frank Trigg says Mansell's mustache was the best F1 debut. Astor Stevo saying Mansell had a terrible debut race. His seat literally burnt his backside. Fuel leak in his Lotus back when Colin Chapman ran that team. Yeah. Mansell was his first year in F1 in 1983, was it? Or 84? I think it was 83. Because I think Colin Chapman, didn't he pass away in, or was it 1982? Or even 81? I can't remember. Tell you with Mansell is whenever anyone looks back at Mansell's career, I mean they will mention Lotus, but they never really talk about it. They, when people think of Mansell's career, you think of Williams and Ferrari time with those teams. People forget just how early Mansell was in Formula One. I think, when was it? Let me just have a check. In 1980 was his first season, where he did 3 races that year, and then his first full season was 1981. So, yeah, nobody really talks about his time at Lotus. I got to say, Mansell was a bit of a late bloomer in terms of his, his talent shining through. Because if you look at his early results for Lotus, they weren't bad, but they weren't. I mean, they didn't indicate that he was going to be, one of the best drivers on or in the world. And you could certainly argue that his teammate during that time, Elio De Angelis, who was a very well thought of driver, I think you could definitely argue he was better than Mansell before, or what do you call it, Mansell left Williams. I think was it in 1984, Elio De Angelis finished 3rd in the championship. I think he did in the Lotus. Might not be correct on that, but I think he did. And yeah, Frank saying Mansell 1980 debut. Brooksfoot saying the competition between Leclerc and Sainz has been interesting for me this season. If it had been for P1 in the championship, would have been a roller coaster. Yeah, they've been very close to one another. I think at the mid-season point, there was a stat that they were the closest teammate battle in terms of lap time in qualifying. It was like less than a tenth separating them on average in qualifying. So, yeah, was, or has been, in general, a really closely fought battle between the two. And looks like Carlos Sainz is going to win the battle in the championship. Carlos Sainz currently 4th in the standings, and as long as Carlos has a decent final race, you'd imagine he'll hold on to that position, unless Lando Norris has a really spectacular end, or even Leclerc spectacular end to the year. Astro Stevo asking, is Max now what Vettel was back in 2013-ish? Overrated due to rocket ship and lack of real challenging teammate, arguably much more so for Max than Seb. Um, the thing is, I don't want to really reveal too much about what I think when it comes to this, because I am actually planning on doing a video about this in the winter break, where I am going to compare Max Verstappen to some of the all-time greats to see where at the minute he sits amongst the top 10, 15 best drivers of all time. Um, but yeah, in terms of what he has accomplished, it's very easy to argue against Verstappen being maybe as good as he truly is, because yeah, his teammate is definitely not as good as, teammates that other, what all-time great drivers have had. But also, as you say, his car has been very, very good the last couple of years, and he hasn't really had, proper strong competition since 2021. So, yeah. But as I said, I will get into that in more detail in a video that I'm going to be doing over the winter break. Don't know when that video will be coming out. Hopefully sooner rather than later. But yeah, I will try and get it out during the winter break. Something that I want to discuss in a video. Yeah. Let me read out some more comments from you guys, as we've got, 13 more minutes until the start of qualifying. Brabham saying Max gets more and more Dutch the older he gets. Mickey says, in my opinion, Vettel got more hate than Max. I don't think that's... I mean, maybe trackside, yeah. Vettel got more boos, but I think in general, Max is more hated than Vettel was. And a lot of the hate is unjustified for Verstappen. It's Hamilton fans still bitter over 2021 in terms of the hatred he gets, when at the end of the day, what happened in that final race had nothing to do with Max Verstappen. Astro Stevo saying Max hasn't been challenged enough for me. Put him in a bad car with a serious teammate, then we'll see if that ever happens. That's never going to happen, though, is it? And I do think, no disrespect, that whole, I guess, when people say, oh, well, with a Verstappen or a Hamilton or a Vettel from the past, or an Alonso, oh, put them in a bad car and we'll see how good they really are. That it's just not a good way of determining how good someone is. And at the end of the day, the best drivers are going to be in the best cars. That's always how it's been, and that's always how it will be. And it's the same thing in football. It goes for, I mean, all of team sports. The best players or drivers, whatever you want to call them, depending on what sport they're in, are going to be at the best teams, because the best teams need the best players, best drivers, etc. So yeah, but yeah, I mean, this season, record breaking has been incredible from Verstappen, and that will help his case for maybe later in his career being thought of as the greatest driver of all time. But yeah, I need to properly think, to be honest, of where he currently sits amongst the all time best. Rather, I'm saying I used to really, really hate Seb, but I was a Webber fan. Yeah, no surprise there. Looking forward to that video, Shazza. Yeah, hopefully that video can be out before Christmas, but again, no guarantee. And I'm not going to guarantee any recorded video in terms of a a date where I'm going to upload a video, because I know with how busy I am with when it comes to my university studies and stuff like that, that I can't offer guarantees when it comes to when a recorded video of mine is going to be published. But I can obviously offer guarantees when it comes to streaming and when I'm going to be going live and, doing all of that. But as I said, more details on my winter break content tomorrow. Brother Moz saying at the moment he is Lewis. Hold on, let me read that again. At the moment he is Lewis was a similar animal to Max at the same age. Not quite sure what that's in reference to, but yeah, Lewis obviously when he was, I mean Max is what, 25, 26? Lewis was what was it? I think it was like 2010, 2011 when Lewis was that old. And yeah, Lewis was always from day one an incredibly fast, talented driver. Astro Stevo saying until the car they think will be the best isn't, as happened to Lewis recently plus Senna. Frank Trigg saying Webber the only car to make an F1 car fly like a plane. Bro, that was an incredibly scary accident. Lancia all those years ago. It was like a completely different planet, really. In terms of how long ago that was. Nearly 14 years since that particular season. Yanni saying in the chat, I don't know Lewis or Max, but I know that Max is more abrupt and doesn't care about what people think about him, and that Lewis is of the virtue signaling generation. He's more of a PR machine. I think Lewis is more fake than Max. Max is more real, like him or not. I agree. I think Max is more so willing to speak the truth. I don't think Lewis is quite, I wouldn't say he's quite a PR machine. I wouldn't quite go that far. I think Lewis is, I don't think he quite will say as much as maybe he wants to say to the media a lot of the time. But yeah, Max, and it's not really, his fault. It's just, and I've heard people say it before, and it is true. Dutch people are a lot more brutal and straightforward with the way they talk. That's why Max comes across maybe to some people as rude, but to me it's not rude because I'm used to straightforward, blunt people. So yeah, for me it's not a problem, and I don't see a problem with it. But yeah, I mean, as I said earlier, a lot of the hatred towards Max Verstappen is unjustified, and a lot of it is just Lewis Hamilton fans, and some of the Hamilton fans, the worst of them, still crying about 2 years ago, and those fans they'll just never move on. They'll still be talking at Abu Dhabi 2021 in 5 years' time, like it would happen yesterday. Brother, I'm saying I'll do your uni assignment, Chaz. You're just not allowed to read it before you submit it. Hank says Max won't / can't be media trained. I think as well, it is a good thing we have less, or if we could, have this, it'd be a better thing to have less media trained people in general, because media trained people are boring as fuck. Let's be honest. Because you're basically just a PR machine if you're really well media trained. And that's why we like people more so like, Max and others who, are honest, straightforward with, what they think and what they say. But anyway, as you can see, guys, on your screen, we have 5 minutes to go until qualifying is underway in Abu Dhabi. So, let me just get on to Final couple comments, and then we will get into this session. And actually, one thing I will do quickly is have a bit of water, because I've been going for, nearly 4 hours now. Quickly do that, and get into your comments. So yeah, let's have a quick look at a final couple comments, and then we'll get straight into this qualifying session. Astro Stevo's saying, I want to see how Max copes when things aren't all rigged in his favor. Yeah, I'd be careful using that terminology, because there are people out there that legitimately think that it is rigged in his favor. But I know what you mean. I know you don't mean that. But and yeah, Prank saying Webber made Le Mans cars fly too. Yeah, I've seen that accident before. In the Mercedes in, what was it, 99? Was it? Where he had a terrifying accident. If anyone hasn't seen that, make sure to go look at it. Again, I think it was the 99 Le Mans race where that happened. Anyway, let's get into this session. And before we get into it, just a quick reminder of the championship standings. So obviously Max Verstappen, the champion. Sergio Perez has secured second. Lewis Hamilton has secured third. There is still a fight, though, for fourth in the championship. Carlos Sainz currently in fourth, level on points with Alonso. Sainz only ahead because he has won a race this season. Lando Norris 5 points behind the two Spaniards, and then Leclerc further 7 points behind Norris. Russell in eighth. Russell, of course, cannot go any higher up the championship because there are only 26 points on offer this weekend. Piastri in ninth and Lance Stroll in P10. You'd think Stroll, given these 11 points clear of Pierre Gasly, I think, yeah, he should hold on to that position. But in the Constructors' Championship, obviously Red Bull are the champions. Mercedes, though, only 4 points clear of Ferrari. Mercedes need a big day today if they're going to hold on to second at the end of the Grand Prix weekend. Ferrari also, of course, need a big day. McLaren in fourth, only 11 points clear of Aston Martin, but as long as McLaren have a trouble-free day, even if they don't turn out to be that quick, they should still out-qualify Aston Martin by quite a bit of lap time and should be comfortable in the end for that position in the championship. And then you've got Alpine in sixth, Williams in seventh, AlphaTauri eighth, only 7 points behind. If Williams can get into Q3 somehow, that would really help their chances of finishing in seventh. And then you've got Alfa Romeo in ninth. If they can get Bottas into the top 10, that would really help their chances of maybe taking 8th place this weekend on this final Grand Prix weekend. And of course, Haas F1 are last. So, let's get into qualifying in Abu Dhabi. And get the timer up on screen in the next minute or so. As, of course, Q1 will be an 18-minute long session. I'll get the timer synced up for the 17-minute mark. And let me just get the dotted line out, so you guys know, of course, where that cutoff zone is. So let me just get this put in place. And hold on. There you go. Of course, anyone below that dotted line will be out in Q1. And let's see who will be eliminated in the first part of qualifying. Most likely, you'd imagine, the two Haases will be eliminated in Q1. One of the AlphaTauris as well, and maybe, probably one of the Aston Martins. You'd have to say. Yeah, we'll say as, oh God, my key is about to turn off. Let me just quickly, as the session has now started, I'll sync up the timer in about 50 seconds time. Just need to restart my TV quickly before it properly switches off. Obviously, bad timing. But, yeah, nobody on track quite yet. Remember, though, because of how the tyres wear out around this track, you won't really be able to do more than one flying lap on a set of tyres. And we have, of course, this weekend, the 3 softest compounds. So we're not going to get as much running as maybe we would do normally in Q1. As, yeah, all the cars still in the pit lane. There is Fernando Alonso on the broadcast. 18-3 he is over Stroll in qualifying in 2023. As there you go. Let me just readjust that position. So we have got 17 minutes. Let me just pull that over a bit more. Yeah, we've got 17 minutes to go until the end of the first part of qualifying. And still no cars on track. Looking at Sergio Perez in the Red Bull pits. Perez has had some decent races here in the past. Finished on the podium, of course, at this Grand Prix last year. Right behind Leclerc, as darkness has pretty much descended at the Yas Marina circuit. And the fans are packed, waiting for the cars to get on out there. But no cars are getting on out there. Still waiting. Looking at the Williams of Alexander Albon. Albon, of course, up in 4th place in practice 3. Can he replicate? Maybe not quite that, but can he at least replicate getting into the top 10? We will find out. Still, no cars on track. I've got to say, this is a bit of a surprise. Nearly 3 minutes in, still no cars. The Verstappen fans in the grandstands waving, and quite a bit of them at this Grand Prix like there normally is. As still Max Verstappen in the garage. And Max has not taken too many pole positions in the last few races, as we are now under 15 minutes to go. Yeah, Max's last pole position was, I mean, he took pole in Brazil, but, you know, in Vegas, wasn't even on the, well, he ended up starting on the front row, but he didn't qualify in the first 2 positions. As it looks like Haas are about to release one of their cars, being Nico Hulkenberg. As out comes Max Verstappen. Yeah, Verstappen wasn't on pole in Vegas. Wasn't on pole, or even, I think, on the front row at the US Grand Prix. Mexico wasn't even on the front row. So qualifying has been difficult for Red Bull as of late. I don't think it'll be difficult today. As all of the cars basically at the same time coming out onto the track. Let's just hope they don't all start complaining about traffic later on, because they're asking for it all going out there at the same time. I think one of the first cars on track is I think Mercedes, front of the pack. Either a Mercedes or a Williams, not quite sure. But Max Verstappen already coming down to the turn 6, 7 chicane. And remember, guys, the quickest lap time of the weekend so far was from George Russell earlier today at 1:24.4. We will see how quick they can go here. My estimation for pole position is anywhere between a 122.7 and a 123.1. That's what I think a pole position time will be today. Verstappen just warming up for this flying lap, as we've got all of the cars on track except for the two Mercedes and Piastri. The McLaren. Verstappen we are concentrating on, who now comes through the penultimate corner, now through the final corner. And let's see if the balance of the car is good, and whether Max Verstappen has got the pace initially to impress. Through turn one, it looks better than it did earlier. We have to remember as well, with practice 3, is it was held during the day, so of course that may have had an effect on the balance of the car compared to how the track will be feeling, when it's a lot cooler. Verstappen now getting a good slipstream down the first DRS zone from the back of an Alpine. And now down to turn 6. Verstappen, looking good on this lap. Looking a lot more balanced than it did in final practice. Let's see what his middle sector time is like. It is all very good. Very, very good. Yeah, this is a really strong first lap of qualifying. Of course, pole position not to be decided yet, but Max doesn't care. He wants to put in a good banking lap, or banker lap rather, early on, to show that he will be hard to stop today, as Sargent goes quickest, but I don't think that's going to last long, as here comes Max Verstappen, who does a 1:24.1, and that is a lot more like it. That is the best time of the weekend so far already, as Sargent has had his time deleted. Lando Norris now up to second. He's had his time deleted, I think. Or no, he actually didn't do a lap quite yet. He is on one, though. Done a purple first sector. As Logan Sargent has had his lap time deleted for a track limit violation at turn 3. Albon up in second. Sonoda is up to third. Ricciardo is in fourth. Hulkenberg is up in 5th place. First of the Haas cars. Magnussen goes 6th. Sergio Perez goes up to 4th. As Lando Norris goes second. Not a quarter of a second. 0.2 of a second. Slower than Verstappen. So Norris up to second. Magnussen, let me just update him, up just behind Nico Hulkenberg. Not anymore, because Hulkenberg's had his time deleted. As Charles Leclerc goes third with his best time of the weekend so far. Not a great first lap, though, I must say. So, Verstappen, Norris, Leclerc, the top 3. And then Albon, Sonoda, Perez, Ricciardo, Bottas up in 8th place. Then you've got Ocon in 9th, as Carlos Sainz now goes up to 7th, which is not really a great first run from the Spaniard. Sainz 7th, Ricciardo 8th, Bottas 9th, Ocon 10th, and then it is Stroll in 11th place, as the two Mercedes drivers are about to complete their first time of qualifying. Piastri only goes 10th. Hamilton only goes 12th. So not a good start for those two drivers. As here comes George Russell, who only goes 9th. So Russell is 9th. Then you've got Bottas in 10th. Hulkenberg, also had his time deleted for a track limit violation at turn 3. Russell 9th, Bottas 10th, then Piastri 11th, Ocon 12th, Hamilton 13th, Stroll 14th, Alonso 15th, and then Gasly 16th, Magnussen 17th. The last 3 drivers are Sargent, Zhou, and Hulkenberg. Sargent, Zhou, and Hulkenberg, though, I think all have had a lap time deleted for track limit violation. But yeah, Verstappen already looking very good. Mercedes very slow that first run. Don't quite know why. Russell, though, I'm sure can go quicker because that lap of his, which is a 124.9, is slower than he went in practice 3 by half a second. So there is more pace in the Mercedes yet in this session. Just a replay there of Hamilton losing the rear end on the exit of the hairpin. But we've got 7.5 minutes to go in Q1. And the drivers in the drop zone, Gasly, Magnussen, Sargent, Joe, and Hulkenberg. And we've only got one run to go in Q1. And you would certainly expect Russell, Piastri, Hamilton to all improve on what they've done so far. Nicky saying Lewis could go out here. If he doesn't get that final lap right, then yeah, it could happen. I'll make sure he's on it. But the only positive for Hamilton, he wasn't that far away from his teammate in terms of lap time on that particular lap, which is something, but still not really that much of a positive for the 7 times world champion, who in the last 2 years here in Abu Dhabi has had a miserable time. Of course, 2021, don't need to say any more about why that was a miserable weekend. And then 2022, Mercedes were quite slow here, and Hamilton ended up retiring with a engine issue. So, yeah, great for Lewis. Yeah, still one final run to go. So, still time to repair the damage. We're looking at the Aston Martin of Lance Stroll, currently ahead of Fernando Alonso. Good to see that Stroll has stepped up in these final couple races and shown a bit more of something, but is still, you have to say, not performing that well. I mean, we have to remember he was eliminated in Q1 in what do you call it, in Vegas, as Alex Albon has just been told on the radio, as the 2 Williamses are already out there on an outlap. Yeah, Alex Albon has just been told that the track evolution they expect to be about 0.4 of a second. See if that does turn out to be the case as we enter the final 5 minutes. And Alex Albon looks good, really, to making Q2. For Logan Sargent, though, he hasn't got a proper legal time on the board. Let's see if he can do it now with his what's going to be his final run of Q1. Car looks good through the first sector. Does he exceed track limits? I don't think so. And does a purple first sector. Good start for the American, who, of course, has plenty of experience of racing around this track. Raced here in Formula 2 in 2021 and 2022. Logan braking hard for turn 6. That car looks good. Yeah, the Williams a lot better looking than it was yesterday. Sargent, what's his middle sector like compared to Verstappen? It's very good. Not sure if, I don't think it was quicker than Verstappen, but it is very quick. And this is going to put Logan Sargent probably into the top 5. So let's see where Logan will go with this lap. Hopefully he doesn't make any serious mistakes as he comes through the third to last corner, now penultimate corner, which of course flat out, as Alex Albon improves up to second. That should be good enough for him to get into Q2. Logan Sargent goes up to 4th. Surely both Williamses are going into Q2. That is brilliant from both drivers. There you go. Albon 2nd, Sargent in 4th. Oh no, Sargent has had his lap time deleted. What a shame. The Sargent is out of qualifying, and it was I did think he got a bit close to the white line on the exit of turn 1, but I didn't want to say it because I wasn't quite sure if he did exceed the limit, and he did. So Logan Sargent down to 18th, and surely is out of this session. Those are the minute differences between being a hero and a loser. As Lewis Hamilton starts his final run in Q1, surely he can get into the second part of qualifying, and he does a good first sector, half a tenth better than Verstappen. Again, to the final 2 minutes here. And we could get definitely surprise eliminations here, because the track evolution should be quite high. As Lewis Hamilton now coming through the exit of the chicane. And DRS open now down the second DRS zone. As, yeah, Logan Sargent is pitted, so that's him definitely done. Not improved his middle sector, Hamilton. If he can do a good final sector, then that might be enough to get him into Q2. Can't believe I'm even saying that. As Gasly does a good middle sector. As a good flow for Hamilton through turn 14. As Hulkenberg improves up to 4th place. Let's see where Lewis Hamilton goes. He goes behind Hulkenberg in 5th. So hold on. So Hulkenberg 4th. George Russell goes 3rd. So Russell is all good. So Hamilton down to 6th. Now Pierre Gasly goes up to P8 from 17th he was. Lance Stroll goes up to 5th in the Aston Martin. Yuki Tsunoda up to P2. What a lap from the AlphaTauri driver. So in the drop zone, it's out Ocon, Alonso, Magnussen, Sargent, Joe. Sargent, we know, will definitely be out. As Leclerc improves his lap time but stays in 9th. He might be a bit of trouble here, Leclerc. As Alonso only goes 10th. That puts Piastri now in the drop zone as Ricciardo goes up to P10. And Zhou Guanyu only 18th. Poor qualifying for him as Bottas only goes 14th. That now puts Carlos Sainz at risk as Esteban Ocon goes up to P12. And Carlos Sainz has not improved his middle sector. He's done a personal best first sector, so this is going to be close as Piastri is on a personal best lap as Magnussen goes 15th. Valtteri Bottas out in Q1. Piastri up to 11th. Can Carlos Sainz get into Q2? Oh, he's done it by 0.02 of a second, but Sergio Perez is still out there. Perez currently in 16th, and Perez comes to the line. No, that's Max Verstappen. Here comes Perez, who goes second quickest, and Carlos Sainz in the Ferrari is out in Q1. What a shock that is. And whoever it was in the chat, can't remember exactly who said it, said that Carlos Sainz was a dark horse or something like that. That was a curse that you have laid upon the Spaniard as he is out in the first part of qualifying. What a disaster for Sainz. Had a pretty bad weekend. So, that's Q1 done with. Let's go through the drivers who are into Q2. Max Verstappen, Sergio Perez, Yuki Tsunoda, Alex Albon, George Russell, Lando Norris, Lance Stroll, Nico Hulkenberg, Lewis Hamilton, Charles Leclerc, Daniel Ricciardo, Oscar Piastri, Fernando Alonso, Esteban Ocon, Pierre Gasly, and knocked out in Q1. Carlos Sainz in the Ferrari, Kevin Magnussen in the Haas. Both Alfa Romeos are Bottas and Zhou. What has happened to Alfa Romeo's pace? That is, yeah, baffling, to say the least. And Logan Sargent, with no legal lap time on the board, will start tomorrow's race from last. But Q2 will be underway in a couple minutes' time, but that is already one shock so far. And a couple shocks, really, because, I mean, I predicted Bottas to be in the top 10, so, yeah, what a start we've had. Hold on a second. Let me quickly get the dotted line put in place for Q2. There you go. So anyone in between the two dotted lines, of course, at the end of Q2 will be out in those positions of 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, or 15th. Of course, sync up the timer at the 14-minute mark of Q2. Q2 of 15 long in total. But yeah, not good for Ferrari in terms of their fight for second in the championship. Leclerc did not do a great final run, and I thought he might have been in a bit of trouble, but was thankfully for him good enough. As Mercedes' laps were decent, but I wouldn't say they were great because, I mean, McLaren, you know, their best laps were earlier in the session, so I think McLaren could have gone quicker. And obviously had Williams quicker than the two Mercedes as well with Alex Albon. So yeah, not necessarily looking that great for the Silver Arrows. I'm just tuning over to the football to see the conclusion quickly. The mad game of football from what I've seen. But yeah, this session should be Q2. I think we're definitely going to see a surprise. Not quite sure what, but I think we are going to see a surprise elimination. Maybe a McLaren, maybe a Mercedes. We'll see. But we'll find out very soon. And of course, guys, remember, in the live chat, my poll is still running. Let me know in that poll, who will take pole position for the 2023 Abu Dhabi Grand Prix? Will it be Verstappen, Leclerc, Perez, or Norris? Let me know. As well, we're on 78 likes, so if you've not hit the like button yet, make sure to do so. Let's try and get up to 85 or 90 plus likes if we can in the next 10 to 15. That'd be great if we could do that. Waiting for you two to get underway. Quickly tuning over to the football to see what's happening with that before we get into the second part of qualifying. Until I'm tired. Been streaming for nearly 4 hours and 10 minutes now. But yeah, they're just showing on Sky F1 quickly a quick analysis of Carlos Sainz's lap and why he was unable to make it through. Of course, getting out of the car, and yeah, we'll start from 16th place. He will finish in the points tomorrow. Pretty confident of that, but yeah, he's not going to have a great race, is he? Sorry if you can hear any loud background noise, but it's a very loud plane going on overhead. But yeah, we're just awaiting the start of the second part of qualifying. And do watch out, especially for Albon and Tsunoda, because they've been quite quick today, and they were very quick in Q1. So, yeah, keep an eye out for those two. I do fancy maybe those two might be able to spring a surprise if the car is able to put them in that position. In a moment. But, yeah, I'll sync up the timer in a few moments' time. As, yeah, session underway, and still no cars on track, unfortunately. There you go. 14 minutes to go. And with the first car on track is the Williams of Alexander Albon. And let's see if Albon can put himself in Q3 yet again. It feels like every weekend we think it's surely Williams can't get into Q3, yet they do. It's been a fantastic season for the team, and Albon has had definitely by far his best year in Formula One. Been one of the more impressive drivers this season. As got now Russell, Stroll, Hamilton, Verstappen out on track. Tsunoda. Load of cars queuing up at the exit of the pit lane. Ready to get out there. Ricardo, we're just looking up there. Ricardo's never really had great history at this particular Grand Prix. Daniel, I don't think has ever been on the podium here. I think he's had a couple fourth place finishes. I think there was a qualifying here where he was third or fourth, I seem to remember. The Red Bull, but yeah, not one of Daniel's better tracks. I would be surprised if he was, having a super strong day. But again, you never know what can happen. We know Ricardo is capable of something special, especially at the moment where clearly he's in better form. He's back to his best. As Alex Albon coming to the end of his outlap. And let's see what the Williams has for us. Remember, the best time in Q1 was a 1:24.1. So make sure to remember that in terms of how quick the times are these first runs of Q2. As Albon flat through turn 2 and 3. And obviously a purple first sector, the first man to go through the first sector. And the car, handling wise, looks very good so far. No issues. Already up into 8th gear down the first DRS zone. Yeah, Williams car looking very nice in hands of Alex Albon. As DRS open again. And decent middle sector. From what I can tell, though, I think Albon is on a used set of soft tyres, so I don't think this is going to be as quick of a lap as what he did in Q1. This is probably the set of tyres where he did that lap at the end of Q1 on. As Albon about to complete this flying lap. Of course, go quickest. And yeah, he does a 1:24.9, which is quite a bit slower than what he did in Q1. So he is definitely on a used set of tyres. As Max Verstappen has done a purple first sector. Russell has done a purple middle sector. Verstappen, though, has not quite got to the middle sector yet. Now he has, and Verstappen very quick in the middle sector. As here comes Lewis Hamilton to the line, who does go quickest by a 1/10 of a second. Will be brief, though, I think, because here comes George Russell who goes 0.4 of a second quicker than his teammate, goes to the top of the timesheets. So Russell from, was from Hamilton. Lance Stroll now splitting the two Mercedes, as Max Verstappen does a 1:23.77 of a second quicker than George Russell. That is absolute confirmation that Red Bull are quicker than Mercedes. Yuki Tsunoda goes up to third. What a lap by the Japanese star. Ricciardo up to sixth in the other AlphaTauri. There's Verstappen, Russell, Tsunoda, Stroll, Hamilton, Ricciardo, Albon. Everybody else still on their flying laps. Ocon only goes eighth, as Lando Norris has done a purple first sector. As we saw in practice 2 yesterday, the McLaren very quick in that first sector. As Gasly now goes up to 7th place. Alonso goes up into 4th, which is a good lap for him. As we are now looking at Leclerc. What can he do? As Hülkenberg goes 10th. And Leclerc comes to the line and only goes 4th. 0.8 of a second away from Verstappen. Where is Ferrari's pace? Doesn't look too good right now, must say. As Sergio Perez goes 2nd. So it's a Red Bull 1-2. And we're just waiting for the two McLarens now, as Piastri goes up to 3rd. And Lando Norris comes to the line with a purple final sector and goes about 0.2 of a second slower than Max Verstappen overall. And Norris up to 2nd. So 2nd and 3rd for McLaren, looking very... actually, 2nd and 4th for McLaren. Looking very good for the Woking team. Those are the first runs done. And, yeah, on their way into Q3 at the minute. The 2 Red Bulls, 2 McLarens, 2 Mercedes just about. The AlphaTauri of Tsunoda, Ferrari of Leclerc, and the 2 Aston Martins. In the drop zone, it is, as Nico Hülkenberg has just had his time deleted for a track limit violation. In the drop zone, it is Ricciardo, Gasly, Albon, Ocon, Hülkenberg, with just over 7 minutes remaining in Q2. Yeah, McLaren, very good runs there. And maybe if Max Verstappen does not have the greatest Q3, you never know, Lando Norris might be able to take pole position for the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. But, the biggest concern I can see out there is Ferrari. Where is their pace? Leclerc, very slow. That lap time, 1:24.5, which is only 0.3 of a second better than they were in practice 2 yesterday. So you would have to imagine there is more pace in that car. Surely. But, we'll see what Leclerc can do. Lewis Hamilton, though, in 10th place, is the driver at risk. He's only 0.1 of a second ahead of Ricciardo in the AlphaTauri. Hamilton should get into Q3, but that doesn't mean he will get into Q3. Yeah, Mercedes definitely not in a fight for pole position today. Absolutely nowhere near the Red Bull of Verstappen or either the McLaren of Norris. Yeah. Mercedes, quite as good as some people out there thought. Here's a replay of Hülkenberg violating the track limits at the final corner, turn 16. Yeah, just went too wide. Wasn't that great of a lap time anyway. It was only a 1:24.9, which is, only put him up in 14th place. He's only dropped a position. The 2 Alpines, though, I do have a feeling like they can do better than what we've seen. 12th and 14th. I just have a feeling that there is more there for the Alpine team. The biggest surprise, though, Yuki Tsunoda up in the top 6. What a qualifying session he is having. Can he get it through to Q3? We'll find out. As Alex Albon already out there on a fresh set of soft tyres. Only a 10th and a half away he is from getting into Q3. And that was that lap time he did was on the older tyres. Let's see on new tyres what he can do. Can Albon get through to Q3 one final time this season? Got the DRS wide open down to that chicane of turn 6 and 7. Get car looking good. No issues. No understeer, no oversteer. The car very, very nicely balanced, I have to say. As Albon, let's see what his middle sector is like compared to Hamilton. 0.4 of a second better. So this is definitely going to get him into Q3 for now. Whether it'll be good enough ultimately, we'll have to find out. 4 minutes time. As Albon just coming through the final few corners now. Has he maximised the final sector to put himself possibly into the final part of qualifying? Alex Albon comes to the line. And it goes 0.4 of a second, pretty much quicker than Hamilton, and goes up to 5th. Great lap, and you can't ask any more from Alex Albon. That was a tremendous lap. And what that means is Lewis Hamilton is now in the drop zone. So in the drop zone, going into these final laps, Hamilton, Ricciardo, Gasly, Ocon, Hülkenberg. Who will make it out? And then go into the top 10 shootout of Q3. Let's find out as we're looking at the Ferrari at the minute with Charles Leclerc. Hopefully there's more pace in that Ferrari. Would be a Titanic-sized disaster if both cars were to miss Q3. And if Leclerc, they've just showed up on the screen, if Leclerc was to get pole this weekend, it would be his 24th for Ferrari, surpassing Niki Lauda for the second most pole positions for the team. That is an incredible stat. And it just shows you how mentally quick Charles Leclerc is over a qualifying lap. He is quite possibly, on his day, the best there is. Leclerc's done a personal best first sector. Very good front end through the hairpin. As Pierre Gasly does a very strong first sector. Leclerc just coming through the chicane now. Are looking absolutely fine. This middle sector really should be where the Ferrari's at its best. And we'll now find out whether it is. And, well, it's not the best middle sector, but it's a lot better than it was before. As Leclerc just needs a good final sector, and then he can probably get himself up to 3rd, 4th place. As Nico Hülkenberg improves up to 4th in the Haas. Will he keep the lap, though? What an improvement that is, as Yuki Tsunoda has not improved his middle sector, as Ricciardo is up to 7th in the other AlphaTauri. Leclerc comes to the line and goes up to 3rd. That is good enough to get him into Q3. Here comes Pierre Gasly. What's he done? He goes 4th. What a lap by Gasly, who's been brilliant in qualifying lately. Here comes Tsunoda. Can he get into Q3? Goes up to 6th place. What a brilliant lap from Tsunoda. Lance Stroll, what can he do? Only 9th. I think he's going to get eliminated, if I'm being honest. That's not a great lap. Alex Albon now relegated to 10th place. I think Albon is probably going to miss out on Q3. As Esteban Ocon now into the top 10, up in 9th position. As now, Fernando Alonso, not a great final corner, but what is the lap time? It puts him up to 6th place. So Lance Stroll, his teammate, is out in Q2. Lewis Hamilton only goes 10th. And his teammate, George Russell, I think, yes, he does. Russell goes up to 4th and eliminates his teammate, Lewis Hamilton, in Q2. As the two McLarens still out there, but I think Piastri has backed off. So Lewis Hamilton eliminated by his own teammate. Piastri was the driver at risk eventually, but thankfully did not have to do another lap. And Hamilton, you can see the disappointment, but he said it after practice 2 yesterday. He feared this may be a possibility, and unfortunately, it has happened. But that is Q2, guys. Over and done with. Let's go through the drivers into Q3, the final top 10 shootout. It will be Max Verstappen, Lando Norris, Charles Leclerc, George Russell, Pierre Gasly, Sergio Perez, Fernando Alonso, Yuki Tsunoda, Nico Hülkenberg. Great laps from Tsunoda and Hülkenberg, and Gasly as well. Oscar Piastri also making it in. And knocked out in Q2, Lewis Hamilton, Esteban Ocon, Lance Stroll, Alex Albon, and Daniel Ricciardo. Q3 will be underway very shortly. But yeah, that was just not good enough final lap from Hamilton. And that's why he is out of the session. I'll get rid of that quickly in preparation for the final part of the session. The Q3, 12 minutes long, and I'll sync up the timer at the 11-minute mark. And if you haven't already voted, make sure to vote in that poll at the top of the live chat, because I'm going to be finishing the results up in a moment. And just wanted to say quickly, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe for more content like this, because over the winter and next season, we'll be keeping you bang up to date with everything going on in Formula 1. And of course, for next year, we'll be doing watch-alongs, previews, reviews, all of that stuff to keep you up to date with everything going on. So make sure to subscribe to the channel if you want to keep up to date with the goings-on of Formula 1. And if you have not hit the like button yet, make sure to do so. It does help the channel grow, and it does help show me that you guys actually... that you guys actually enjoy the content. And we are currently on 81 likes. Let's try and get over 100 likes if we can in the next, I don't know, 15-20 minutes, and hopefully by the end of qualifying. That would be great if we could do that. Right, so be underway in a couple minutes time. Sky F1 have just gone to an ad break, so we'll see when exactly we're underway. Yeah, make sure to let me know in that poll quickly if you haven't already what you think will happen here in qualifying. But yeah, let's see what you guys are saying. Mickey saying good lap from Hülkenberg. Absolutely. I did not think Haas would be in Q3 at all. I thought the absolute best maybe is them getting a car into Q2 like they did with Hülkenberg. I thought Q3 absolutely wasn't possible. But as we've seen this season, Nico Hülkenberg has been special in qualifying this year. He has been in Q3 so many times in that car. And I feel like because he's not had that many points this season, which is not really because of him, what do you call it? He is not going to get the credit for this season that he really deserves, I think. So, yeah. But also Astro Stevo saying respect to Yuki Tsunoda. Good to see Nib. I'm sure is satisfied with certain things that have happened today. Saying Hulk's 8th time in Q3 this season. Yeah, very impressive for a team last in the championship, we have to remember. Even though, if Haas were as quick on a Sunday as they were on a Saturday, Haas would probably be 7th in the championship at least. Maybe even not far away from Alpine. But yeah, Q3 will be underway very shortly. And before we get to Q3, let me finish up that poll in the chat. So, I asked you guys quite a few hours ago now who will take pole position for the 2023 Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. 478 votes, and you guys with 49% of the vote have gone for Max Verstappen, of course. Charles Leclerc second in the vote with 31%. Lando Norris third with 13%. Sergio Perez fourth with 5%. Yeah, I agree. I think Verstappen will take pole. I think, especially him in that car. I just don't think he can be stopped, but you never know what can happen. Remember, he has not taken Verstappen that many pole positions in the second half of this season. Not as many as you would have expected, certainly. As Leclerc, we can see in his garage, just mentally preparing himself. And yeah, Ferrari not looking as quick as I expected, and McLaren look like they have got the upper hand. They look like they are the second best team here. Because remember, Norris ended up second in Q2. Leclerc obviously improved up to third, but Norris only did one flying lap in Q2. So that is just an indication as to how quick McLaren are. Thankfully, McLaren saved a set of tyres that they may need later on. The calm before the storm. And maybe, we will get a fight for pole position. We will see. But as long as we get a good competitive session, then that's all that matters. Looking at a replay of Fernando Alonso. Slow-mo replay and a zoom in to his visor. Little shot there. First car on the exit of the pit lane, I think, is Max Verstappen. Ferrari look like they're ready to send Leclerc very, very soon. And yeah, here we go. The Monegasque, who has never taken pole here in Abu Dhabi, now comes out of the garage. As the car's now released and the session is underway. So it will be just 2 runs in Q3. That's why we're getting cars out at the start of Q3, because we've only got 12 minutes for the session in total. And yeah, for teams that have saved a set of tyres, like Red Bull and McLaren, this session will be more beneficiary for them. You're looking at, I think, the Red Bull down the back straight, coming down to the chicane. I think it's the Red Bull. Yes, it is, of Max Verstappen. And there you go. 11 minutes remaining in Q3 and in qualifying. Verstappen is just coming to the final sector on this outlap. Max through the final few corners. And yeah, the best time he did in Q2 was a 1:23.7. I would expect he's going to do probably a 1:23.3, a 1:23.4 with at least this first run, maybe even quicker. You never know with Max Verstappen. He is an absolute monster when he is on it, which he's been so much this season, as he starts his first attempt at pole position this season in Abu Dhabi, looking for his 4th pole in a row at this track. The first sector, very quick, is Verstappen as the Mercedes there, just about getting out of the way. What was Russell doing at the hairpin? Kind of distracted Verstappen there. Was very late in getting out of the way from what I could see, and that would have distracted Verstappen. So yeah, not very good there from Russell, I have to say. But his lap's still good for the moment. See what the mid sector will be, as Lando Norris does a purple first sector. Verstappen a quick middle sector, but probably not as quick as he could have gone. Yeah, maybe this won't be the absolute best first lap time for Verstappen, as he now comes through the final 3 corners. Will this be good enough to put Verstappen on provisional pole position? We're about to find out as he comes through the final corner and does a 1:23.4. And the scary thing about that is I think there's more time on the board there for him to find, as Lando Norris is coming into the final sector of his lap. Nico Hülkenberg has just gone up to second, as Oscar Piastri has now done a purple first sector. Tsunoda now goes ahead of Hülkenberg, up to second for now. Here comes Norris through the final corner. Norris surely goes second. He does, but is 3.5 tenths away from Verstappen. As we now look to Sergio Perez. Can he put it on the front row for now? As Alonso only goes 5th behind the AlphaTauri and the Haas. As Perez goes only 3rd in the Red Bull. Perez into the top 3. Where is Oscar Piastri? Now he comes through the final corner, and Oscar Piastri goes up to 3rd, only a 10.5 away from his teammate. 2nd and 3rd for McLaren, like we've seen a few times before this season. Here comes Leclerc. What can he do? Kind of slides through the final corner. Only 8th. The slowest so far of the drivers that have done a lap. That is a shocker of a lap from Leclerc, and Ferrari once again having a tricky session. Still one final lap for them to correct that though, as Gasly goes 9th. He's now the slowest of all the runners that have done a time. What can George Russell do? Out of the final corner to the line, and Russell goes 4th quickest, splitting the McLaren of Piastri and the Red Bull of Sergio Perez. So, with just under 7 minutes to go in the final part of qualifying, Max Verstappen is on provisional pole by nearly 4 tenths of a second. Piastri is 3rd. Russell 4th. Perez 5th, which is in a replay of Perez having an oversteer moment on the exit of turn 1, so there is more time on the board there for the Mexican. Tsunoda currently 6th. Hülkenberg 7th. Alonso 8th. Leclerc 9th. Gasly 10th. Imagine if Tsunoda puts it top 6 in qualifying. What a result that would be. But there is still one final run to go. And that final run will be getting underway in about 3 to 4 minutes time. So let's see what will happen with these final runs. Surely Alonso and Leclerc can improve, because, I mean, Alonso looked quicker in Q2 than what he looked so far. And obviously Leclerc, the Ferrari, how on earth is he only in 9th place on a 1:24.4? when in, what was it? I think in Q2, Leclerc did was it a 23.9? Something like that, 23.9, 24.0. And if he was to do that, he'd be up in, what, 4th place, which is a lot better. Again, to now the final 5 minutes of qualifying. So yeah, surely there is more time on the board for the Ferrari. But maybe they were on a used set of tyres. You never know. As McLaren look like they're getting ready to release Piastri in a moment. And Ferrari getting ready to release Leclerc. So very quick turnaround for these teams. Very, very quick. I've got to say at Ferrari. So doing well to get that car refueled and re-energized. As Verstappen will be the first car on track, I think, again. Or no, he won't. It will be the Ferrari. And actually, it won't be the Ferrari. It'll be the 2 McLarens as Alonso. Almost an unsafe release. Leclerc had to slow up slightly to let Alonso come out. And this is a bit chaotic, I have to say. This release from the pits from everybody. And you could tell Verstappen wanted to be at the front of this pack. But unfortunately, he not been able to do that. Verstappen now backing off in the tunnel part of the pit exit. Still moving. He's not just stationary like he has been before. Giving himself a good gap. So he can do a proper outlap and then do a proper flying lap. As Russell and Gasly still in the pit lane, but I think they'll be out for pretty soon. And yeah, Alonso kind of close there with Leclerc, but it didn't look as bad, I don't think, as it maybe seemed live. And yeah, it wasn't too bad. I don't think Alonso is going to get any sort of penalty for that. As we're looking at the McLaren of Lando Norris, who I think is the first car in the pack. So he will be, I think, the first car to start his final run of qualifying. And he is currently 0.371 of a second slower than Verstappen. And realistically, pole position is not on for McLaren. So as long as Lando does a good enough lap to secure second, then that is really a good job for him. And if McLaren can finish up second and third, that would be a perfect day for the McLaren team. As Lando Norris now begins his final qualifying attempt of 2023. It's been a brilliant qualifier this year. So many great qualifying laps. Has he got one more great one in him? Probably. Let's see. As Lando Norris already through turn 3. Oscar Piastri not too far behind. Also has started his lap. And a purple first sector for the McLaren of Norris. But as we have seen, the McLaren is very quick in that first sector. Has been all weekend. Now down the straight, there is a car letting Lando through, which is the Alpine of Gasly. Still on its outlap. Still many cars on their outlaps. As Norris opens the DRS now on the run up to turn 9. As Leclerc does not do a great first sector in the Ferrari. And Norris only a 10th off Verstappen after the first 2 sectors. It's going to have to be a final sector from absolutely nowhere if he's going to take pole position here. And I don't think, realistically, that is going to happen. And definitely not with a power slide like that through turn 13. That maybe will cost him the front row. As Lando Norris through the final corner. And he ends up in second and does not improve on his lap time as Russell now starts his final lap of qualifying. Piastri goes up to second place. Piastri out-qualifies Norris in Abu Dhabi. But will McLaren hold on to second and third as Alonso goes up to 4th? Here comes Charles Leclerc As Max Verstappen to the personal best first sector, has not improved his middle sector. Leclerc to the line, goes onto the front row. What a lap by Leclerc with a purple final sector. Max Verstappen now comes to the line. Doesn't improve his lap time, but he stays on pole when he really should take pole position, but it's still not over. We've still got Russell, Perez, Tsunoda, Hülkenberg and Gasly to the side. They're qualifying. And Yuki Tsunoda goes up to 5th and out-qualifies Fernando Alonso. What a lap by Tsunoda. Here comes Sergio Perez as Hülkenberg goes up to 7th. Perez through the final corner. Can he get onto the front row? No, he can't. It's only 5th. What a poor lap in the end from Perez. 0.4 of a second down on Verstappen. As here comes George Russell to the line. And Russell with a purple final sector goes up to 4th place as Perez has had his lap time deleted. And Perez down to 9th place as Gasly finishes his final lap and stays in P10. And that is qualifying for the final race of the season over and done with. Let's go through your final order and your starting grid for the final race of the season. Max Verstappen on pole for the 4th year in a row here at the Yas Marina circuit. As Pierre Gasly's had his lap time deleted as well. Leclerc 2nd on the front row. What a lap to get himself up there. Piastri 3rd. What an effort from him. Russell 4th. Great effort from him to split the two McLarens. Norris in 5th. Norris in the end bottling what probably could have been at minimum 3rd, maybe even 2nd. Yuki Tsunoda 6th in qualifying. What an effort from him. Alonso 7th. Hülkenberg 8th. Perez 9th. Pierre Gasly in 10th. And then the rest of the order. Hamilton 11th. Ocon 12th. Stroll 13th. Albon 14th. Ricciardo 15th. Sainz in 16th. Magnussen 17th. Bottas 18th. Zhou 19th. And Logan Sargent will start at the back. But there you go, guys. That is Q3 over and done with. And let's get into some reaction to that session. And I will quickly just start up the poll to ask you guys, who is your driver of the day for qualifying? Let me just quickly do it. Who is your driver of the day for qualifying in Dhabi? And the options for driver of the day will be Max Verstappen. I'll put Oscar Piastri in there instead of Leclerc. And then the other two options are going to be Yuki Tsunoda and Nico Hülkenberg. Two drivers who've had a brilliant day today. So there you go. Let me know who your driver of the day is. I think I will probably go with Tsunoda for my driver of the day. Let me just have a quick look to see what the gaps were there in Q3. And yes, Tsunoda was only half a second away from pole position. Yeah, Tsunoda definitely driver of the day. 100%. Brilliant. Brilliant qualifying from Tsunoda. Obviously had an amazing race here a couple years ago. But yeah, good to see him replicating it. And remember, guys, AlphaTauri only 7 points behind Williams. And if Tsunoda does finish where he starts the race tomorrow, AlphaTauri will finish 7th in the championship. So tomorrow is a crucial race. AlphaTauri and Williams. Williams, of course, 14th and 20th, which is not very good. And yeah, lots of you saying Yuki. Mickey saying should make for a good race with the grid mixed up as it is. Definitely. Sainz obviously out of position. Hamilton out of position. Perez out of position. Tsunoda in a much higher position than we expected. And I do expect the two McLarens and the Mercedes of Russell to be, over the course of the race tomorrow, quicker than the Ferrari of Leclerc. So, in terms of who's going to win, it's not going to be a great and really interesting fight when it comes to that. But for the rest of the podium, I think we're in for a very, very interesting battle. Again, between two McLarens, the Ferrari of Leclerc, Russell, Perez, maybe even Hamilton, if we can get it together. Yanni's saying Yuki should be on Red Bull. Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily disagree with that. Will F1 Gaming says, I still think Lando will get P4 in the championship, but we'll see. Well, in terms of that fight, fourth in the championship, yeah, I'd have to say advantage to probably Norris, given that Lando will have the faster race car compared to Leclerc, who is 7 points behind Lando. And obviously, Sainz all the way down in 16th, Alonso only in 7th. So, yeah, we'll see who wins that fight, even though it doesn't really matter. In terms of the fight for second in the championship, though, Mercedes, 4th and 11th, Ferrari, 2nd and 16th. I don't think Ferrari or Mercedes can say, really, they were clearly the better team today out of that little fight. Prank in the chat saying, see you tomorrow, Chazza, you legend. Peace chat. Cheers, mate. Yuki's still giving Danny Rick a run for his money, yeah. And you'd imagine Ricciardo can do better than 15th, all right? I expect him to make some progress. But, yeah, because, guys, of how knackered I am, probably not going to be around for much longer, if I'm being honest. Probably another few minutes. So, make sure to keep your comments coming in, and I'll get to some of them before we finish up here. I've been live for nearly 5 hours. Hank M asking, Hulk in the old car again or with the latest upgrade? I'm assuming he has the latest upgrade, but I don't know that for sure, so I wouldn't listen to me on that. I have to ask someone else on that because I'm not quite sure. Would like to know what happened to Ricciardo, please. Asks Asterisk. Nothing really that dramatic happened. Ricciardo's final lap in Q2 just wasn't good. That's why I ended up in 15th. It just wasn't a good lap. Will F1 says Leclerc's been magic in the last 4 to 5 races, back to his best level from 2022. Yeah, absolutely. And just fingers crossed Ferrari can keep this up for next year. Astro Stevo saying, when it comes to drive of the day, given the cars, I'm giving it to Yuki tonight. Respect in an AlphaTauri. And Will F1 in the chat earlier saying, for finishes like this, it'll be Alonso 4th on 206 points. And then Leclerc also on 206. And then Norris on 205 and Sainz on 200. Yeah, it's going to be a very close battle there. Now from Racing, cheers, Chazza, mate. Hope McLaren or the Fezzers will take it to the Red Bull next year. Merc have a lot to do. But, yeah. Let me see how many votes there are in the chat. Yeah, I think I'll just finish up the poll because I think it's already been pretty much decided who you guys think driver of the day is. So I asked you guys, who is your driver of the day for qualifying at the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix? 27 votes only, but Yuki Tsunoda winning it by with 48% of the vote. Verstappen in second, Piastri third, and Hulkenberg in fourth. And yeah, make sure, guys, to come along for tomorrow, the final race day and race watch along of 2023. Here you can see with the next 2 pieces of content coming your way. I'll be live tomorrow, 2 hours as usual, before lights out at 11 a.m. UK time. The race preview and then the race watch along. Nib, who of course is in the chat, he will of course be joining me tomorrow for the final race of the season. And then on Tuesday night, remember, I'll be live at 7 p.m. UK time for the full review of the 2023 Formula One season and a review as well of F2 that we'll be going through in that stream. But yeah, thank you guys so much for coming along for all the content today. Just one more day of the season. Let's hope that that last day of the season is one to remember, at least for a little bit. But yeah, thank you guys so much for coming along. Before you go, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. Bottom right of the screen, you can do it right there. Make sure to hit the like button before you go if you haven't already. It does help the channel grow in the algorithm. And as well, Discord server, there is a link below in the description. And I think Rook in the chat is probably going to post a link as well. That Discord server is a great place to, It's a great place if you join the server to get notifications for my videos, streams, and also content updates. But guys, that is it for qualifying in 2023. And until the final race of the season, tomorrow, live at 11 a.m. UK time, 2 hours before lights out, it's been me, Nazar HD. Goodbye.